with the bit taken.
I'm not sure that's right.
Yes, it is. No, that's perfect.
Credence, Shell.
Oh, yes.
I don't
Yeah.
Yeah, well, with
Tira tēnā tātou. Ngā tātou ko uki mai anō ki tēne o ngā hui. I nana hina ko pauera kōrero. Rangi nei, he rangi anō tēne. Hoi no ne tua ki te mihi i wero o tātou tā i tā mai I nana hina. Me te mōhio ke te haere tonu ngāmi. Tā rea anō kia mutu. Nā reira, o te atu nāku te he I nana hira are tātou I tīmata I raru I aia o tātou matu I tarangi ngari tēnei ata māku tātou e tīmata I raru I te maru o tātou matu I tarangi nai kia nui tātou. E te atua kaharawa tukuna mai tau manakitanga ki runga I tēnei o ngā hui pai here tio wā tātou kōrero o te rangi nei kia tūturu atu ki te tāu e pirangi ai. Wa he tua ke te unga mate ke oki mai ki a tātou e hui nei raro I tōna maru. Hai pai tia ngā take ke mui a tātou I tēnei wā kia ngāwuri I te puta mai o ngā whakaaro kia pai hoki te ngahoro mai o ngā take ke mui a tātou I runga I te ingoa te matua o te tama, te wairua tapu, Amen. Kia ora tātou.
Ora.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of this hearings submitting into the proposed policy statement for Otago. As chair, it's just my obligation to run through a very quick health and safety briefing. I'm sorry for those who were here yesterday and had to suffer brief of the day. Really all I need to do is point out that the bathroom toilet facilities are out the door at the back that we've entered into to your left, and in the event of any emergency, if the fire alarm sounds, and you obviously leave the building immediately, go out through those same doors, and you'll be directed by ORC staff from there. And the rally point outside in the event of earthquake, fire, or any other emergency is outside the space bail house, and you just stay there until the warden has completed their reconciliation duties. If you've got any questions in a practical sense, anybody attending, then could you liaise with the hearing administrator who's seated on the far left-hand side of the table, Kate McKinley, and she'll be able to attend to whatever might arrive. So yesterday we started with the Otago Regional Council and followed by Kaitahu. Kaitahu were partway through the presentation and have some cultural witnesses today too. Next, I think, Mr. Gavin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before I hand over back over to our witnesses, I believe I had two pieces of homework last night.
Right.
The first was a question in relation to the agriculture settlement and whether or not the outcome of that would ultimately be space or cash. Ms. Stevens will address the facts on the ground and her evidence, but as far as the legal submission goes, and perhaps it was put slightly too strongly in the submissions, but the amendment seeks to enable the outcomes of the Settlement Act by encouraging the taking up of space, if available, rather than requiring the Regional Council to provide space in an over-allocated environment. The intent behind the amendment is to make the provisions that flow through the RPS more enabling for development where space is available, rather than to require the Regional Council to put that space up.
Thank you for that.
And finally, just on the matter that we were discussing yesterday in relation to natural justice and the appointment of commissioners. I just want to note the starting point we say is section 34A of the Act. That requires authorities to first consult with Whanaka Whenua, where they are appointing independent commissioners, and provides, where appropriate, the appointment of a commissioner with both understanding of tikanga and of the perspectives of the local iwi or hapu. While, of course, we accept the point as a matter of general principle that no man can be a judge in his own case, the extent to which that principle applies must be governed by the relevant circumstances, including and especially the statutory provisions that relate to function. And Ms. Riddell has helpfully provided me with an authority for that point, which is an older little bit of goodie, Lower Hutt City Council and Bank, the citation 1974 1 NZLR 545. And then finally, and although albeit in a different context, involving conflicts of interest and trustees, we note the judgment of His Honourable Justice Koch in New Zealand Māori Council on Fulks. Reference there to
New Zealand Māori Council
and Fulks. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. 2014 NZHC 1777. Where in relation to conflicts of interest, he said that a connection based purely on whakapapa is not of itself a conflict. Simply belonging to an iwi or having a genealogical connection does not necessarily mean a conflict exists. At most, it may prefigure a potential conflict. And whether it is a conflict in fact will depend on further evaluation. We say that protections that exist to counteract any such potential conflict are the same for all commissioners. For example, if an ecologist with expert knowledge of a particular species isn't immediately disqualified as the application engages with the values of that species. Instead, they bring their expert knowledge to bear along with impartiality and objective mind. We say that the situation ought to be no different for those with expert knowledge of kaitahi values, remembering that that's what the method is engaging with. It says where a decision engages kaitahi values. Kaitahi accredited kaitahi commission should be appointed. And so for those reasons, we don't see any need for an amendment to the policy as it was proposed by Council.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you. With that, I'll hand over to Matapara. If you just push the button
Oh,
to the
sorry.
right of your mic. To the right. That's the one.
All right. So I'm just speaking to the summary of evidence provided. My name is Matapara Ellison. I've lived at our seaside kaika of Karatani for all but 1 year of my life. I've been actively involved in the affairs of Pukaraki Marae since the age of 18. I'm the chair of Kaitara Pukaraki and held that position for 30 years. I'm also representative for my Papati Brunanga to Turangai Tahu, where we also hold the role of Tai Whakahari Tūrua, a deputy chairperson at this stage. My evidence addresses the history of Crown purchases and impacts on Kaitahu, the impacts of resource management decisions on Kaitahu communities, and our aspirations for the development of Maori land, particularly Papakaika. Many Maori have the shared experience of being alienated from our lands. The Kaitahu was not achieved with guns and raupatu, but by other means to the same effect, namely the loss of access to our Indigenous lands and resources through land purchases and the resulting slow decline of our traditional kaika. As I described in paragraphs 10 to 15 of my evidence, insufficient land was set aside within the native reserves following the King purchase in 1848 to enable our people to benefit from the new economy or even to sustain themselves. Once land was sold to the Crown, our tupuna lost access to their makakai and their ancestral landscape. Within a few generations, we went from having an intensively intimate and physical interaction with the entire landscape to being isolated on native reserve. I recall Eddie speaking to that very directly yesterday. Without easy access to makakai resources and sufficient land to sustain themselves and their whānau, many whānau were forced into parting with further pockets of Maori land to cover debts incurred such core cultural responsibilities such as attending takiawe tangi. Our native reserves were also reduced in size or lost by decisions of the Crown and local government that were imposed on us with little opportunity to push back. I provide examples of this in paragraphs 18 to 19 of my evidence. Even in the context of everything our families have experienced, they, our tupuna, maintained great pride in themselves and their families and what they could retain or have the ability to influence. The settlement of the Gaitahu claim in 1998 has aided both cultural and economic revitalisation. When we use the term Papakaika, we are referring to the types of development and activities that are needed to support whānau to live on their land. This includes a broad range of activities on the whenua, such as housing, cultural activities, social services, and the ability to earn a living. District plan rules that limit housing in rural areas and misconceptions around the nature of Papakaika development have largely worked against Maori landowners, adding to existing constraints to development associated with financing, multiple ownership, and access. My view of Papakaika is that they are for whānau to develop on their land. This will create a space that brings whānau together on their whenua to develop or re-energise their identity. As discussed in paragraphs 32 to 36, our Papati Brunanga is continuing to buy land where we are able to, with the idea that Papakaika may be viable for more whānau in the future, particularly those who no longer have their own land here at Karatani, and to provide alternatives to communally owned land on the foreshore that is subject to erosion. It is my hope that this regional policy statement will support provision for a broad range of Papakaika activities in district plans to enable our people to reconnect with the whenua. Okay.
Well, then, Matt, I call you Matt. In your original evidence, you put a fair amount of emphasis on cultural revitalization, which includes things like papapainga and money growth. Would you like to expand a bit on that?
Sure, thank you. Pika is, they say what they say about a pika or a village, takes a village to raise a child. And if you haven't got people in the pika, and there's no people to raise the children, there's no children anyhow. So, you know, from my way of thinking, having the assets, the infrastructure that supports a community being able to live side by side or communally is inherent in that whole idea of the village, and everything that flows from that village. About identity, you know, I feel that it's just the way things roll. Our little village in Karatani has been rediscovered by the general population again, and so many outside the reserve are coming in, buying land, knocking over the old crib, building their dream home or their mansion, and that's changing the character and face of our village. It's just part of the dynamics of life, I guess. But I'm aware of that. It has an effect on our whānau's ability to maintain themselves or come back into the village. They find it possible. So we're trying to look for innovative ways to try and retain that footprint, a place where people have sold their land in the past, where people can come in and say, well, we actually have a stakeholder here after all, or still. So it's that whole idea of visible connectivity within that village or that taika. That's important as well, I think. Karatani, for example, we have in Karatani, we have our Runaka office in the village itself. The marae is up the hill at Puketaraki. So those are both visible symbols of footprint, and the other lands we've been able to purchase have added to that footprint and visibility of a cultural expression.
I'd like to explore your thoughts around pāpakai or pāpakai. I mean, your statement, you're pretty adamant that it's whānau oriented. I mean, pāpakai starts with whānau. In some instances that I'm aware of, people kind of, they look at the hapu level, and there are complexities there that are often not that easy to navigate. For example, people coming back to resettle back in there and how they fit in, others coming in and sometimes assuming that because they have whakapapa connections, that in itself enables them to readily access pāpakainga, things. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we're trying to give voice to this idea at two levels. One at the hapu level, the land we have purchased or like to purchase to protect the cultural environment or cultural landscape around our marae, for example, around our key assets that we currently own. That is about providing a place for at that hapu level for people to reconnect. But we still have whānau who have their own bit of land still, and they've been historically disempowered by the provisions of the district plan, for example. They don't have 15 hectares, so they can't build on it, and the best they can do is rent it out. I'd like to see, we'd like to see have this idea that whānau empowering or re-empowering themselves, reconnecting, revitalising their whānau interests and expressions, will ultimately benefit the whole. Not sure what else I can say about that. I think have I answered that reasonably? Thank you.
Associated with that is the whole issue of tangata whenua. What defines tangata whenua? Or what's your definition, or how do you view the use of tangata whenua and its applicability to?
Tangata whenua, in the sense of landowning, is land ownership. In my mind, is a definition based around a whānau who have owned or own ancestrally held land. Just held their ancestrally held lands. Tangata whenua has a broader expression for all Māori titles, but in this context, in my mind, it's talking about the customary links between whānau Māori and their land, which they've held a historical link to for a long period of time.
Yeah. Another dimension of that, of course, is the use of mana whenua as opposed to tangata whenua.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on it?
Well, this is mana whenua was a reasonably new term decades ago, and we used it collectively to differentiate us from the pāpakaika from other Māori living in the area. And because a lot of people, institutions were quite confused about this, they tend to think everyone's the same, but no, we're not all the same. And as the descendants of our tupuna who were the rangatiratanga back in the day, we tried to look for a term which provided that definition for the wider audience. That is, mana whenua being derived or representative of both people who had customary ownership title and rangatiratanga represented by their ancestors.
The last thing, though, as far as your primary evidence is concerned, that I want to just explore a little bit is the issue around the decline of the kite. You gave you some minutes to talk about it, but what is the real significance of that?
Well, the kaika, represents our noho tuturu, the places which have been inhabited for a long, long time, centuries. I think we feel that's an important cultural connection. In the past, our kaumātua, our rakatira, had complete domain, complete freedom of expression of their rakatira over the pāpakaika. We've been happy to decide that in different places. So it's got to me, it's got a deep-seated feeling of intergenerational communion or connection. Over time, other people coming to the village, and the dynamics change. So we in our little village, we're holding on to what we can, to give what expression we can when we can, as a symbol of our Mana Whenua connection, intergenerational connections with that whenua, and the surrounding area, for our Kamika book when they follow us. We hold it for them.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Well, Matt,
Sure.
at your 39 and your evidence in chief, you talk about knocking those roadblocks out to achieve some of the aims that you discussed in the evidence, which I fully support. My involvement with that goes back to, you might be used to when we talked about the Silner land down in the Catlins. And I think I worked with Edward on that, trying to get some traction there to provide for range of housing there, because often Forest and Bird in those days weren't that supportive of that. I think there are, for a first generation plan, there are some reasonable provisions to allow that, but the definition then was sort of more related to residential housing. And I know the Cane Plan, and you talk about it as well, the ability to earn a living. We're going to hear from the DCC today, and they have some concerns around how far that may go. I guess my question is really, how far does that commercial element go? You're not going to build a fish factory to process David's fish when he brings them in. But see what I mean? The scale. Is there a point where it becomes no longer public, like a connected?
I don't particularly think so. That would be the limitations would be the impact that might have on the environment around it. I think we have in environmental bottom lines, cultural / environmental bottom lines that I think should be crossed. So if it was something super processing factory that's going to process David's fish, but it was going to actually destroy the immediate surrounding lights, that's anathema to the idea of kaitiakitanga, in my view.
Yeah. So I think that's reflected in the change that Ms. Magdie's proposed. I think it was method 5 maybe. About that it has to happen in yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and I suppose I've found all this evidence really interesting, and some of the issues in Canterbury where I come from too. Thinking sort of like
Yes.
social terrorism. I suppose one of the things that's just going through my mind that I'm interested to explore, you talked about people having 15 hectares and not being able to put a house on because of the zoning, and others outsiders coming in and purchasing properties and things like that. I mean, what's the ideal that you're sort of, where are you hoping to get to down the track? And I'm thinking, possibly sort of beyond this RPS, but I mean, what's your ideal into the future?
Well, I think my ideal would be that my landowners who still hold their land, notwithstanding it might be less than a small package, but enough to put a house on and to develop their sense of enhanced cultural reflections for their family. As it would be one of my bottom lines. The second, that from a hapu perspective, that we can enhance that opportunity for those who would like to come back into the village and have some options that can provide for them as well. Collectively, that's the idea of the village. It might be that the village actually has to change shape. If say a land isn't available in our little Paika of Karatani, for example, that we're able to use, we're able to have land over there or outside the reserve, for example, considered in the similar light of Papakaika, and to be able to use that for a substitute Papakaika development. But providing the, I guess, the infrastructure, you've got to have land before you can do anything else. And that's what my father always said to me: no one's making any more land. In fact, the opportunities only are actually shrinking in our area. And as pressure comes from outside, I'll call it outside. So we're sort of racing a bit to try and do what we can before those opportunities evaporate.
I mean, could you see some kind of zoning down the track that provided you first right refusal on house sales and things like that to be able to get back into the hub of the village, or you think that's a bit of a...
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I just kind of think that would be so viable for building on around the edges in some places. You know, how do you actually get back to your core?
Well, yeah, sometimes some options just aren't available, but so you have to look for other ways to do things. To have that flexibility in mind to think laterally, and the Kaika, Upper Kaika, or the village becomes an idea in a sense, which might be a bit there, a bit there, a bit there, but still collectively holding together as a viable community expression. Does that help?
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you.
I think the question that Alan Cubitt put to you in terms of David Higgins having a factory to do his fish projects probably may not have hit the nub of the concern that I had, which was that the wording that was advanced in some of the planning evidence was that for a definition for Papakaika involved development by mana whenua either on their own or in conjunction with other parties. And that appears to open the door to the concept of JVs, major commercial ventures, things of that nature. Is that what you have in mind or not?
Well, it isn't what I have in mind, but you know, but you actually need commercial activity to actually support the village as well. So this is something which presented at the door that met a number of cultural criteria that met our cultural values. Then I would say I'll have to have a look at that. Doesn't mean cutting down the forest completely. That wouldn't be right. Because the forest actually provides a lot of other things, which supports the idea of culture as well.
One of the things that
Selectively, for example, might be.
if you take it at a wide extreme, I remember taking our family on a trip over the Rockies in a camper van, and then lo and behold, way out of the sticks was a huge development called, I think, from memory, Silver City or something like that. But within the essence, now they've large format retail developed of a major nature that had developed in what I imagine would have been tribal ancestral lands. How on earth it occurred, I'm not quite sure, but it was huge. And what was just occurring to me was, if we were to accept this sort of request, what's to, in essence, stop the situation of a particular piece of ancestral land being acquired by someone with Kaito and Whakapapa at Karitani and an LFR major development occurring? Is that the sort of thing that you have in mind? Or are you more having in mind those sorts of commercial activities that might arise for individual whānau who are part of the whakaia?
I think it has been based on the letter, what you suggested, that it's for the whānau to, it's setting the base for whānau to develop. I'm saying I've been thinking, been thinking that broadly about this, though I am aware of the American example you've been giving, and an intensive development which undermined the kaupapa of the village wouldn't be right to my mind.
Because the other thing that I noticed on that trip that we took through the Rockies and the North American Plains was that, sadly, way out of the sticks, one would come across casinos on private land, and the main people who were being, it's probably an unfair expression, but the main people who were being who were utilising those casinos were those tribal communities where those casinos were located, but they were huge, and
Yes.
it seemed to me bizarre, and I just wondered whether, again, that was something that you had in your mind too, was that those sort of value bar, casino, supermarket, whatever opportunities that big commercial players will look for opportunities, particularly close to the end, will stand on. And is that the sort of thing that you have in mind or not?
Well, just in answering you, I can reflect that at a tribal level, we have taken some stances based on our values on what we will invest in and what we won't invest in. So we don't invest in casinos, we don't invest in, this is the direction we've given to our holdings corporation.
Right.
Don't invest in casinos, don't invest in munitions, sales or procurement or whatever. And what else don't we invest in? Things like that. Yeah. So we've taken a stand, and I think that at a local level, we reflect because it's our cultural values, we would not act similarly. So the casino next door to Brendan's house, I don't think it would be a goer.
I mean, you
Well,
correct
he
me if I'm-
likes the idea.
A little dabble.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, and Edward's the same if you would, but the general feel that I've got so far in cultural evidence is that the thrust of this request in terms of the whakaia provision is primarily for reconnection with ancestral lands, opportunity to do that, and an associated ability to carry on activities of a commercial nature that enable people to establish that reconnection with their lands. Is that a reasonable summary?
I think it's a really good summary, which I agree with.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we now have the last cultural witnesses.
Are there any questions we haven't asked?
Quite thorough. Thank you very much. Pass over to Mr. Flack to complete the cultural evidence. The audio wires at the question.
No, tēnā tātou. My name is Brendan Flack. I reside at Puketeraki, Karitane. I'm a tangata tiaki for Puketeraki, Marae. My whānau descend from some of the very first people that set foot on Te Waitonamu, and as a whānau, we are actively involved in habitat restoration and fisheries recovery along Te Taiowarai-Tiru, the Otago coastline and its catchments. We lead many projects that deliver on the principles of kaitiakitaka and ki tita ki tai ecosystems-based management. My evidence is grounded in my experience as a tangata tiaki, which derives from the whakapapa connection that my whānau has to Te Taiowarai-Tiru and its hinterland. Kaitiakitaka is an inherited responsibility that is grounded in whakapapa and our rakatera haka rights as mana whenua. Our contemporary mahi kakai activities are inherently linked to kaitiakitaka, as are the various environmental projects that we as mana whenua are undertaking across our coastal cargo. Mahi kakai as an activity is more about just food gathering. It involves the passing of cultural knowledge or mātauraka across generations. Our kaitahu cultural identity is anchored in the ability to undergo these seasonal mahi kakai practices. As kaitahu, we view all aspects of te taiao, that's the natural environment, as interconnected. This view originates from the relationships and dynamics between the various atua who govern te taiao and our creation traditions, as I describe in paragraph 16 of my evidence. We believe a ki uta ki tai approach to resource management is required that takes a holistic approach to managing all environmental elements as a whole. Councils and other agencies have jurisdictional boundaries that do not exist in nature, which leads to a siloed approach to environmental management. This makes it really difficult to manage the taiao in an interconnected or holistic way, and hard for us as kaitiaki to work with various authorities. A huge concern is that the siloed approach means that the effect of land-based activities on our food basket, the coast, get missed or ignored. My evidence provides a number of examples from within our takiwa. In my view, whoever is responsible for managing land should also be responsible for what happens at the coast. The East Otago Taiapiri and Waikawaiti Mā Tai are hugely important in re-establishing our rakatira taka and kaitiakitaka responsibilities in our takiwa. After generations of being excluded from decision-making in our own whenua and moana. They also create more flexible opportunities for us to engage in mahi kakai activities, yet we cannot easily influence what happens outside of these management areas. The effects of land-based activities such as forestry, mining, earthworks, and the use of synthetic fertilizers, combined with issues such as overfishing, the dumping of dredge spoil, and invasive marine species to place huge pressure on our traditional mahi kakai areas and practices. We are also directly observing the impacts of climate change, such as marine warming and acidification, sea level rise, and more frequent and extreme flooding events. These climate change impacts also require a more holistic management approach. For example, in the location and design of infrastructure such as wastewater plants, to both reduce vulnerability and safeguard mahi kakai habitats. The impacts of land-based activities are changing our relationship with the environment. Mining, for example, is causing a whole range of consequences for our rivers and coastal areas, including contamination due to leaching from tailings dams and reduction in flow through dewatering and rerouting of water sources. Mining operations are also being allowed to pipe our sacred water bodies, such as the headwaters of the Waikaiti River. Our awa once began its life as a wetland and ran naturally out into Te Taiawara Tiru, where its mauri then contributes to the mauri of our coastal environment and all other ecosystems it connects with along the way to the coast. Now our awa starts its life as a plastic pipe. This has an immediate degrading impact on its mauri, which then has a flow-on effect to the mauri of all those environments that it's connected to moana. If our mahikakai species disappear, this has major effects on our culture. For example, we cannot pass mātaraka through to the next generations. We cannot use our mahikakai to keep whānau connected to te taiao and their kaitahu identity within our takiwa. The connection between the health of the environment and the health of our culture means that we have the most to lose if te taiao, the environment, continues to be degraded. Integrated management, kiukikai, is the only way to protect these environments and help us as kaitiaki to maintain a healthy environment and abundant fisheries for us and our children after us. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora hoa. Really simple question. What does integrated management look like?
Integrated
Management.
management.
You say here,
Yeah.
the inference to take from here, that's the answer in a way.
Yeah, I think more in terms of the management, those terrestrial authorities that have the responsibility for management to work closer together. An example I see is that, for example, on the Taiari River, there's a number of projects going on with many of these authorities that are duplicating the work of the other authorities, and it's quite it's frustrating that this work is doubling up and there's not that connection between those authorities.
Kiukikai is a sort of well-trodden path for many people these days. Sometime in my lifetime, no one really talked about Kiukikai. It sort of came around roughly about the time of the Ngātahu settlement. People started talking more about it everywhere, not just here, but across the country. And it seems that a fair chunk of what you're describing has impacted on the whole notion for you, from to the mountains. Degradation is a sort of generic word that people use to say, Kiukikai, it's all been degraded. Because of that, we need to be finding new answers. What sort of responses are you looking to try to redress some of that?
Yeah, I like the way that you said from the sea to the mountains, is from the coast to the inland, because a lot of our work within the Aiapiri had been coastal. We began to see some, we obviously were, I guess, documenting degradation in terms of reduction in our fisheries and haimoana, and we started heading back up the catchment to sort of see some of this, the effects such as sedimentation and so forth. So we went from sea to the mountains, and now we're on that journey back in terms of our fisheries
restoration and rebuilding. So yeah, we've seen some of these activities that happen in our awa, you know, the dirty water, and so forth. It's, you know, I don't need to describe them all, but yeah, there's definitely an understanding in terms of that relationship between the catchments and where our food baskets are essentially, which tend to be in those estuaries and in the coast.
Seasonality of mahinga kai has been another issue that's sort of come up repeatedly. Accessing kai isn't just every day. You know, there's certain kai, certain seasons, that sort of stuff. Can you sort of just talk to us a wee bit about how, in your view, is that still in balance? I mean, do people still acknowledge that there are certain seasons where you only just get certain kai, or is it more the case now that people just go whenever they feel like it and they sense that the kai is there?
Yeah, it is. I think the fact that, for example, quota management systems come into fisheries, it takes away a lot of that seasonal, that migration, if you like. The fact that there's so much technology now that allows people to access, when I say people, of the general population, being able to access our fisheries with better boats, with thicker wetsuits, middle of winter kind of thing. So a lot of that tikanga that is around gathering has changed to the detriment of many of our species.
And the issue around the sort of intergenerational transmission of tikanga and mātauranga. How do you see that at the moment? Has it changed, or?
It has, and Matapura alluded to, well, not just alluded to it, spoke to it regarding the inability to access those sites. Fences went up, and the people were excluded from many of those areas. And some of the work that we are doing now is sort of metaphorically breaking down those fences to create better relationships with landowners so that we can access some of those sites to maintain that mātaraka. Because if you're not engaged in it, and our young ones are getting it out of books, you know, it disappears. We've seen that with a whole lot of other cultural activities. So it's one of the key things that we're trying to, establishing. It's a long-term process in terms of, recreating those relationships with the landowners, particularly, on our rivers and those hunting blocks, if you like, and of course our estuaries and, right into the coastline as well.
And te reo, or terminology, is one of the key things that we're needing to take account of in this exercise. And one of the key ones, of course, is the use of the words tangata whenua and mana whenua. Do you have a view on that, a strong view, one way or another?
Yeah, I do. I think once again, Matapura spoke to that well too. What I feel is that mana whenua have really the most to gain or lose out of decisions that are made in their takiwā. So mana whenua isn't those that are, through whakapapa and through residing in a place, really do they do have a lot to lose or gain from decisions that are made in their takiwā. They have their mountains, their rivers, their coastline.
you go into another area, it's different. It's, there's respect for those locals.
And just to pick up where left off on the whole Papakainga issue, is that one where you're closely involved as well?
Yes, it's our Runaka has a strategic plan, and one of the key objectives in that is around ahika, so keeping those home fires burning. And as Makapita said, it's all very well. Well, it's not all very well. It's difficult enough to get land or get a building on that land, but we also have to build an economic base to keep people there. So it's I don't know if you call it a catch-22 or a horse before the cart, but we have to. It's our responsibility really to be able to develop industry that creates jobs. I'll give an example is through Nigel, who he is there. Yes, he's down back there as he often is. He has created an opportunity for the whānau to be involved in. We'll call it our first paying gig is kaitiaki. So being able to, it's a Anderia control program where we are training up our ngaitahu and others to be involved in this. So Anderia is the invasive seaweed all through the motu, training up our people to get in the water once again to being excluded from fishing, for example, because of quota management system and other things, and actually getting in the water, doing a control program that is taking tons of this invasive seaweed out of the water, paying our people, and now developing products such as plastics out of this unwanted organism. So that's the kind of, an example that is providing opportunities for our people, also creating, it's that, I don't know what they call it, the quadruple bottom line, if you like, kaitiakitanga at the forefront, but being allowed this economic opportunities as well.
And I think you said that the Runaka is the largest employer of the Karitani at the moment, is that right?
It is actually. It's a small context.
No, I understand
it's
exactly.
Good point,
what
actually.
the
Yeah,
context is.
yeah. We have a native nursery
Yeah.
that employs a number of people. Yeah. I'd like to think that work like that is more suited perhaps than working at a chicken farm or at a gold mine. It resonates culturally for our people.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brendan. We've had the introduction of what you've been talking about a lot, the Manaraka concept, which some submitters have raised concern around what does that mean, how's that going to impact on us, etc. When I read your evidence, you're almost a working example of it with what you're doing in that space around the coast. So really just is that how you envisage, because it's being brought into the decision-making role and what you're actually doing. Is that how you envisage it coming into the planning framework, the knowledge you're gaining from all of this stuff that you're doing in that coastal space?
Yep, I think I know what you're saying there.
Well, yeah, I'm not really being that clear, but people won't try and understand. When I look at your evidence, it's like, well,
yeah,
this makes sense.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, give an example. where, you know, we talk about mataraka and, you know, the ability to actively acquire it or maintain it. When we, like one of the toughest decisions that we've made in recent years for our Taipiri is to close the paua fishery, because for a whole lot of reasons it was going down the tubes. And so the debate that we had regarding once you lock our people out of an activity like that, there goes the mātauraka. You know, that's the traditional knowledge is gone, you know, around looking after the life cycles and everything. So we made this decision a number of years ago to close it, to maintain it so that there would be a future for it at some stage. So this generation is kind of taking a hit, if you like. And now we're working through like a strategy to somehow reopen that so that continued activity will go on in a healthy fishery. So the debate, I guess the debate of having to close something like that, you know, a traditional activity, and then looking at how it might progress post, you know, 2023. It's, you know, it's a different world. That, like in these situations, it's a shared fishery, for example.
It's that sort of knowledge that you'll bring to bear and other decision-making processes, not necessarily just around your own resources.
Yeah.
So that's how it would work in a decision-making.
Yeah. You know, some of these decisions are like our decisions to do these things have been really slowed. We see the effects of things, and yet our ability to do something about it, because, you know, it might be sediment that's causing it, it might be overfishing. So it's those and a whole lot of other things. So yeah, convincing the authorities that anecdotal evidence is as valid as, you know, something that's been counted is.
Yeah, and that's probably where I was getting to.
Yeah.
That's the concern a lot of people raise. But when I see your evidence, so here's an actual example of someone who's working in that space who could inform a decision without there being those sort of concerns, because you've done that.
Yeah, I'm going to give another example just quickly. Matapura's brother, Hawea, had said a number of years ago in terms of, say, for example, I'm going to go back to Paua now because I miss those things. You know, he said a number of, you know, he's talking about the recreational size limit for these things, 125. He basically said that about 1 in 100's legal size. That's what he said. And when our colleagues at the University of Otago went and surveyed our paua beds, that's exactly what they found. But even then, it took a number of years for us to, as tangata tiaki, was stewards of that area. It took us a number of years to actually get in law something to protect those.
You know, the mataitais, etc., that they actually having an effect. They are actually starting to achieve what you want.
Yeah.
Despite your inland problems.
Yeah. Yes. In areas, there's another tool, if you like, that's rahui, that's closure, and that also helps. It's about creating a population of whatever that species might be, creating a population that's healthy enough to sort of withstand some of the impacts of climate change, sedimentation. So when your fishery is a healthy one, then it's more resilient to some of these other effects. Might not fix the problem, but you know, it's a step. It's one step in a big puzzle.
And we did try to have an integrated process in this hearing of this RPS, but we weren't allowed. So.
There you go. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Actually, Brendan, you just touched on another point I think that's worth reflecting on, and that is the intersection between Mātaraka and science. Yeah, I mean, you touched on it, and really your field of work is one of those sort of prime areas where that happens, where science and Mātaraka bang heads, not bang heads, probably not overstating it a bit, but
Me, it looked like they actually worked quite well together.
Well,
initially though.
I feel in our situation at least at Puketaraki, we have a good relationship with Otago University. I just came today from the marae where the students counting pawas, making plastics out of the seaweeds, controlling the seaweed, and so it is. Yeah, it's I don't think they're at loggerheads.
No.
It's I think one might complement the other. It's just getting that. I think it's about getting that balance
Yes,
right, not necessarily relying on the science, but actually taking taking notice of Tiaki and those that see the change.
Yes, we should ask how big that seaweed processing factory is going to be. On the
Great.
The DC season here.
Yeah, like your evidence. Your evidence talks a lot about the land-based effects on the coastal environment, and it's something I've seen a lot around my home as well. And I mean, I was just interested in your comments around mining, forestry, other industries, and noting that we've had quite a lot of submissions and evidence from the mining industry, being a little bit critical about some provisions in the ORC and wanting things that relaxed a little bit for them. What's your relationship like with these industries? And I suppose, are you getting anywhere in terms of managing the effects and reducing the impacts?
To be perfectly frank, I've become pretty cynical about their approach. Generally, what will happen, and we've had a relationship with, for example, for what they call themselves now, Oceana Gold. They've had a number of name changes over the last 30 odd years. They generally it seems to have a korero, and forgive me for my cynicism, but they generally come and have a korero a few weeks before they go to put a new consent in, and they'll talk about, they will. Sorry? Oh, live stream. My experience, that's the question you asked me, and my experience is that they will come and want to talk about our river and understand some things, and then it's not long after that I'll read in the paper that there's a new consent gone in for expansion or whatever it might be. So I'm not privy to all the conversations that are being had, but as someone who's got told 20 odd years ago, would you be a tangata tiaki? I take that role very seriously. So I see that there is, I think there's an appetite for engagement within some of the the staff at the mine, but I think the machine that is the mining industry has different, I guess, a different agenda.
Yeah, and so with those consent processes, I assume you're left just to submit if you're given the opportunity? Is that how the process works? Would ORC or council pull you in as to provide, you know, cultural expertise and advice, or you're pretty much left as a submitter?
Look, I'm not sure how the process is now. I kind of, once again, as I say, I didn't want to be too cynical. So I've kind of, you know, personally, I've to remove myself from a little bit of that. There's still looking at some of the environmental impacts that particularly on our awa, because we have a mātai, for example, that I kind of tend to limit my my engagement there to the effects that take place, you know, that will downstream affect our mātai and paiapuri.
That might be a good question to pose to Ms. McIntyre, one of the planning witnesses, in terms of the mechanics of how that works on a day-to-day basis as well.
No, thank you.
Just on the mining thing, though, like I take it it's more the gold mine, small mine, rather than aggregate. Societies, communities need aggregate, but it's more the mine inland that is concerned to you guys.
Yeah, I you know, deliberately get my evidence to our river. You know, there is a mine at the headwaters of not only the Waikawaiti, but the Taieri and the Wahimo. So yeah, no, just yeah.
Just two different type of issues, if I can, to start with. In terms of the offshore aquaculture opportunities that might or might not flow from the settlement in that regard, what's occurred down on this coast? Has there been much development in aquaculture terms or consideration of potential space?
Yes, there's one aquaculture consent that's been lodged for I'm not sure what the right term is, deep water aquaculture. There's also been another company that lodged a application for some moorings and whale or the sea mammal observations in terms to support another aquaculture facility or aquaculture offshore aquaculture farm. Yeah.
So have those initiatives been kaitahu or kaitahu joint ventures with aquaculture companies?
There's been consultation. I'm not sure how sensitive that information is, you know, in terms of ownership of those facilities. But you know, I should say that we have our own aspirations at Kati Huirapa to and explore multi-trophic aquaculture. So that's quite a different activity to say a large offshore salmon farm. It's more around food sovereignty, food security, customer use, and re-establishment of habitat and species within our customer areas.
And are those sorts of investigations involving consideration of subsurface structures?
Investigation of subsurface structures. Yeah, we've just done some investigation using drop cameras and sediment grabs to sort of survey some of the areas to see whether they're important or not in terms of being able to, you know, look at places that will potentially benefit from this multi-traffic, it's kind of like that, I don't know, this green wave, there's a number of these sort of different, what's the term? There's modern ways of, well, not modern ways, there's greener ways of doing agriculture that, works around habitat and seaweeds.
What I'm really trying to get a picture of really is, it might be easier if I use specific locations, but pretty odd years ago when I was a barrister, I remember appearing for a consent application 20 k's offshore from in Pegasus Bay, huge area, a couple square metre each other or hectares that were involved, but it was massive. And similarly for Wakatu Corporation offshore from southwest of Rangitoto, D'Urville Island, and I'm aware of the fact that Wakatoa have got their development offshore policy, and I'm really just trying to get a picture. Is there a consideration that it's feasible in Otaka coast, or is it still in those initial stages of exploration, or companies or Kaitahu or your Renanga further on advanced in terms of your considerations of whether or not there is actually a feasible opportunity to identify and place structures that can withstand the offshore conditions here?
Yeah, around that time that you're talking, I think Sanford's had an application, or beginning an application to do some, put a, I think it was 164 hectare mussel farm adjacent to our Taiapuri, and I'm going to say about the year 2000 or 1990, around that time, just before a moratorium was put on that. Yeah, something like that would be, that was 6 k's and really adjacent to the coast. That's there was a huge outcry. It's not the sort of thing that that I think that we would support in our area, but something that is much more discreet, low impact, more a pilot and a customary aspect to it would be like nearshore would be much more fitting with our values. These offshore ones that are being talked about, I think the technology is not even there yet, in terms of these big salmon farms. The waters, we know that the waters are a lot warmer in those areas that you talked about, and the cooler waters of Otago might be suited to an offshore salmon farm, for example. Offshore, yeah, it would have much less impact than it would inshore. But these other aquaculture arrays that I'm talking about could actually have positive benefits for the inshore areas.
But getting back to the sediment discussion you were having with my colleagues, has there been any research in terms of the sediment analysis trying to define from DNAs on a DNA basis the source of the sediments that are causing concern offshore?
No, it's not shot over. Yeah, in terms of DNA, yeah. Well, Edward just mentioned the shot over. I'm just thinking about well, I'm not sure. Yeah, we talked about it. We ended up in the Environment Court a number of years ago with Otago Regional Council regarding the dredge spoil that was coming out of the Otago Harbour, was getting deepened, and I mentioned it in my evidence there. We really wished to do some tracking of that sediment at that stage, but through the Environment Court and then the High Court, we were unable to kind of get that information there. So, yeah, I'm not aware of, other than what Edward's just pointed out, of sediment source tracking as such. Great, great idea. We've really tried to get some of that and get some funding to do that. It's not cheap, but yeah, we haven't managed to in our takiwā anyway at this stage to be able to do that.
Just in the headwaters of the Waikawati, and just as a non-local, can you inform me, you referred in your main evidence, and again this morning, to the Awa starting nowadays in a pipeline. Are you saying it's diverted, or are you saying that the wetland areas up in those areas are drained, essentially?
Yeah. Oh, look, I don't want to get on my soapbox here, but yeah, so the Fraser pit is, big open cast mine, and when we have these hikoi up to our river, and we go and see some really cool places, and then when you turn up at a big gold mine that is piped, so that that spring, I don't know, it's probably an unnamed spring, I'm not sure, but it's piped across the face of the Fraser pit, which is it's huge pit, and then it does go into a reconstructed wetland, if you like. But as I mentioned in that evidence, the dewatering permit that the mine has, for example, means that the flows in our little awa, the Waikawahiti, are reduced further because that catchment is reduced, because the mine captures that water, reuses it, which is great, but it has an impact on the health of our river, particularly. So there's two branches, north and south branch, and they have different flows, they have different characteristics. They meet together at a fishing reserve that is landlocked and doesn't have any fish in it. So there's a fishery reserve for Kati Huirapa with very few fish, and people all around where we have to actually get permission to go in and visit it. So mine, yep, the wetlands drained further down will have an impact. So I did get on the soapbox.
No, that was a good summary. Thank you. And helpful. Final question. I noticed your pronunciation of Tāori, and would that cause local outrage if we were to try and change that name?
I think you could direct that question to Edward. What's the response?
We have been using the name Paiari, and I think the regional council has been using it in some of their plans, or certainly the city council, I think it is. Invariably, it is the Paiari is the correct spelling. We haven't proposed going to the geographic board. What we do tend to do, though, is use the correct spelling when we're involved in these processes, and allow the community and the public to absorb and understand that. We notice farmers are using it as well in the catchment, various the Jobs for Nature groups and what have you. Yeah, so we just do it that way, just slowly sensitise the community to the correct spelling.
Thank you.
As David said yesterday, get it in the primary school. That'll change it.
Right.
Something you just raised, Brendan, triggered another stream of thought for me, and that is tangata tiaki. Now, it's not something that a lot of people know much about. Tangata tiaki is pretty much something that belongs to you people. But I'm thinking that maybe there's something around the whole concept of tangata tiaki that might apply in this whole RPS exercise that we're missing, because no one's really mentioned it. It wasn't until you spoke then I said, this is something that I think I forgot about it, and I haven't seen it anywhere. And this is a question to all three of you, actually. It's not just to you, Brendan, but even to Edward and Matt. I mean, just How do you think there's any significance to the RPS that's inherent in the sort of tangata tiaki setup?
Well, I'm married to one. And she is very passionate about her role. So that the role itself, just for clarity, it's an honorary role. It's a very, well, we consider it, our family considers it a very important role. It allows our hapu to manage in a shared fishery, if you like, manage that fishery. So it's created under the Fisheries Act, which specifically refers to obviously the fishery. So it's not RMA, but we'd love to see the integration of, for example, whatever the new iteration of RMA. And we understand, I guess, our thinking as tangata tiaki is evolved over the years of being such. And we understand that the fisheries are not, they're not alone. They need that habitat. So that, I guess that, as I spoke earlier, that hikoi, that hike from the coast up to the mountain, to the source of the river, and then back again, gave us a better understanding of that interconnectedness of the freshwater, to the estuaries, to the salt water, if you like, and in terms of us managing those species so that the role of tangata tiaki is to provide cultural access to cultural materials, if you like, in terms of the Fisheries Act. So a more integrated, or at least, I don't know, I'm not sure what the term is, whether it's weighted or, whether, I'm not sure of those terms, but if the importance of what happens of those catchments, is paramount to all that other work that we do. Why do you plant a tree 5 kilometers from the power beds, for example? Well, I think we all know probably why now, but 20 years ago, perhaps we didn't really know that.
My thinking is along the same lines as the issue that was raised yesterday around conservation boards. Something having a right in case, or at least in the conversation around there. And I understand that the tangata tiaki is a fisheries concept, but I just wonder whether anyone's given any thought to expanding that beyond fisheries. The change process, we're not just going to be stuck with the same old way of doing things. Kind of stuff. And I wondered Edward, do you have any comments on that?
The regional policy statement is the senior guiding document in Otago, so it's extremely important to us. We have had, as I said, a positive relationship with the Regional Council in drafting or contributing to the drafting of the draft RPS. I think it embodies those things that we sought to include around mana, mauri, tapu, whakapapa. Those elements we think are recognised in the way that the document has been drafted, which should influence. They are the critical things that we bring. We're looking and getting involved in environmental patriarchy matters. Those are the 4 critical. There's quite a few others, but you can summarise it, pull it down into those 4 elements. And if they're not appropriately reflected in the document, it's not going to influence them into the lower level. And as I explained yesterday, we have been building that partnership principally through establishing and building OKAHA to be in a position to assist the Rūnaka on a day-to-day basis, to have input, oversight, interaction with the regional council, district, city council, people across the region. In the marae, in the Rūnaka, we have our kaitiaki. They oversee that work. We weren't looking to insert them into these particular roles, but to have the mechanisms, plan, Aukaha, and there's Te Ao Marama as well, of course, working, functioning as partners, and then the Rūnaka overseeing all of that in their people. We do have on in our kaika people who still live the old way. They don't work. They do the seasonal. Not many, as compared to used to be. That's all they do. Or they might do a bit of shearing in the season, or bit of seasonal work, but to fill in a gap. So we want to get back to allowing more people to do that as well. But that would be my initial response. That's the course we are taking here.
It's just, it's kind of the notion, the thinking around it that I was. Do you have any comments?
Not really, except that I was on a webinar last night discussing the development of our tribal submission on the new bills, built environment bills, etc. And I was thinking, well, that sounds like a really good idea. So it'd be really interesting, be really keen to explore what that could mean in the context of the new legislation. It might add a real value there.
That I had on your conservation board and the conservation authority, when we were doing the claim, a lot of our people said, why don't we get ownership of the national parks? And we analysed that and says, well, you get that, you'll need a very big pūtea to do that. No, let's get seats on the boards and on the conservation authority. That was why we did that.
Thank you very much.
If you just run through those four again.
Well, it relates to the whole ethos of our creation, how we describe how this island came into being, the work of the Atua, and the arrival of our demigods, I suppose, the people who clothed the land, and then arrival of people. All of that is embodied in our traditions and how we explain our world, our worldview. And so that talks about mana, the mana of this whenua, how it came to be here. Then obviously there's a mauri, because it starts from the beginning of time. Our kōrero starts from the darkness through into the light and the arrival of water. So there's the mauri, the source of mauri. Very important task to maintain and the continuity of mauri. Then it all talks about a tapu, because there's a tapu, restrictions, things you can do and things you shouldn't do, the way you interact with that environment to respect that mana and that mauri. And of course, whakapapa connects us, and that gives us that connection to these places. So I was going to wrap up toward the end. There's something we haven't talked about relating to mana whenua. Of course, that's an invented word. And yesterday, Justin brought up the tuturu tanohu. That is actually what our old people used to talk about. And we have, in 1848, the Crown wanted to know, who are we buying this land off, and who are we creating these reserves for? And they initiated the 1848 kaumātua list. And that is the Bible within Ngāi Tahu. To be Ngāi Tahu, you have to have an ancestor in that list. I think there's only been 5 changes in 150 years through research and just checking. So it's absolutely solid. It was really a Crown initiative to be sure they were paying the right people or giving reserves to the right people. So that is a defining tool, which I don't think we've had in our evidence. So we should, that's why I'm raising it. It helps that kōrero. There is the Māori land and the reserves. And that's another tool we use. It's less reliable. Once again, Crown decided who was in the end, who was going where. By and large, it's correct, but there's anomalies. They are two tools we use to define who belongs to a place. But there's a superior tool to that, and that's our system of take. How you prove your right to be in a place. And there's about 7 principles to that. Got to stand from someone who discovered it, named it, utilised it annually, fought over it, won it, married into it, or were gifted to it by the previous people. And that's it, 7. Take. And if you don't meet those criteria, you don't belong. So Ngāi Tahu don't just be able to go, they cannot go everywhere. You've got to have that, you've got to know that whakapapa. So there are all of these quite strong criteria that really define who is Futuru Te Noho.
I wrote down 6.
I'm sorry, it's
You're
all.
going fast, so discovery, named, used annually, fought over, married, or gifted.
Yes, look, we will send you through, it's in our last iwi resource management plan. The set of take, we'll send, yes, it is there, and we can direct you to the right page as well.
Thank you. Oh, we'll break for morning tea. Thank you very much.
Was a wife or one of Whāro's wives wrote while he was away filling seals in Preservation Inlet, and she was just missing her partner, and that would be 1810s or something like that.
I thought you were going to say away killing Ngāti Tō.
That was later on.
and the ORC supplementary evidence and haven't been contested by other parties. So I've focused on the areas where there are remaining differences. And in particular, this relates to MWP4 and MWM5 relating to the use of ancestral land and the associated definition of Māori land, which has been discussed quite a bit already. I discuss the issues that affect the use of ancestral land and the approach I recommend in respect to that at paragraphs 23 to 33, particularly of my evidence in chief and the overarching themes part, and also in paragraph 72 with specific reference to provisions in the Mana Whenua chapter. I also refer to that discussion in my rebuttal evidence in relation to the evidence of Paul Freeland for Dunedin City Council and Ainsley McLeod for Transpower on MWP4. The key points of my discussion are as follows. First, the relationship of Mana Whenua to their ancestral land must be recognised and provided for under section 6E of the Act. And recognition of rangatiratanga over the land is also a relevant matter to be taken into account under section 8. A failure of district schemes in the past and district plans in the more recent past, a failure of those plans to recognise the intended purposes of native reserves and Māori land has contributed to the range of constraints on the ability for Mana Whenua to live on and maintain relationships with their ancestral land. And in particular, the common application of a rural default to many of these areas has meant that the needs for occupation and use of the land have often not been taken into account in management of other aspects under the Act, and in particular, some of the other Section 6 matters, such as outstanding landscapes and significant Indigenous habitats. And if I can just sort of provide examples of that, you will know if you've looked at any district plans, that often what happens is that the lines, particularly for areas of outstanding landscapes or outstanding natural character in coastal areas, very, very commonly, those lines are drawn nice and tidily around the boundaries of existing settlements. So if those settlements have been recognised as settlements in the district plan context, then their use is taken into account in terms of making the decisions about how those other matters are to be provided for. If the areas haven't been regarded and recognised as settlements in the district plans, which is a case for large areas of the native reserve land, then those are not taken into account. And so, rather than lines being drawn around that land, the overlays are put across it. And that has been a particular problem, not only in Otago, but across, well, not only just in the Ngākahu Takiwā actually, but across the country as a whole. Similarly, those existing understandings of what is a settlement area and what isn't influence the planning by councils in terms of infrastructure and in terms of natural hazard management. So in circumstances where the occupation intent for the native reserves hasn't been recognised, then it's also not taken into account in infrastructure planning and in natural hazard management. So it means that the different approaches in terms of those that are taken in other areas where people, where there are concentrations of people living, those sorts of considerations have often not been applied in terms of the areas of native reserve land, which means that service infrastructure isn't provided, isn't extended to those areas in some cases, or it means that hazard management is undertaken so that the areas which are identified as settlements are protected. And in some cases, that means that the areas immediately adjacent, or the areas a little bit further away, in effect end up being sacrificed. And for example, in terms of flood management things, if you're protecting the settlement area by putting up stop banks, or by the design of where your floodways go, then the area which is recognised as the settlement is protected, and often the water is left to flow over the other area. And similarly, the same thing happens with coastal protection. So there's that has been, I guess, meant that in some cases the native reserve land has been sacrificed a little bit for the benefit of the neighbouring settlements. And that's something that I've experienced in terms of the work that I've done, particularly further north in Canterbury with Arowhenua in the Timaru district then. But it is also a factor that is relevant to Otago. I consider that clear direction is needed in the proposed RPS to enable Kaitahu to occupy and use ancestral land that has been set aside for that purpose, without being hindered by inappropriate restrictions. Rangatirataka over this land should be recognised by enabling mana whenua to lead decision-making about the use of the land and how to manage any associated adverse environmental effects. The enabling approach should not be confined to land that remains in native reserves or that is managed under the Ture Whenua Māori Act. To provide appropriately for reconnection of whānau whenua, the ambit of the provisions must be broad enough to recognise the current mixed tenure of the land originally set aside for occupation, as well as providing flexibility to acquire additional land where this is needed to offset land that has been lost or to respond to natural hazard risks. And I just refer there to Matapura Allison's evidence about the factors that have led to land having to be sold, and Edward Allison also referred to something like 60% of the land in the native reserves at Otako having gone out of whānau ownership. So providing more broadly than just the land that remains in that ownership facilitates the opportunities such as Matapura Allison referred to in terms of the ability to reacquire land for whānau use. And I haven't referred I've referred in my evidence to that issue of ownership. I haven't referred to, there was also reference that Mr. Cameron made in his legal submissions to the ability to have this applying to land which is leased. And while I haven't referred to that in my evidence, I'd just like to note that that would provide opportunities, for example, in the sorts of circumstances that Mr. Allison was talking about, potentially to get into lease to buy type schemes. So where people are wanting to move back into places like Karatani, then it might be easier for whānau to actually re-establish the footprint there by those sorts of vehicles. I have in Appendix 1 of my evidence detailed my recommendations to provide appropriately for the relationship of mana whenua with their ancestral land. These are on page 8 and page 9 of Appendix 1, and they are linked there to MWP4 and MWP5. But essentially my recommendations are supporting Mr. Adams's recommendation to remove the qualifiers from MWP4. So that is just clearly and simply an enabling policy, to include a definition of Māori land, which is broad enough to cover the circumstances which I've discussed. And in MWM5 to ensure that that method provides for rangatiratanga by giving mana whenua the lead role in terms of determining how the adverse effects associated with the use of the land should be managed. And just, I guess, in terms of that point, I would just like to highlight, I think, that what we're talking about here is the regional policy statement, which provides the high-level overarching direction for, in this case, particularly for district plans. That an enabling approach is really important at that high level, so that the starting point for decision making for use of this land does clearly recognise what the intent of that land is, which gets to the points that I made about the lack of recognition of that in the past. In terms of how that is implemented in any particular community, in any particular area, the recommendations that I've made for MWM5 essentially provide for a conversation to happen between mana whenua and the district council in the district plan processes, so that the details of what that means in terms of a particular community, what that means both in terms of the way in which, what the effects of use might be, what the range of uses might be, how they should be managed, and also what the extent of land is that should be provided for in terms of particularly papukainga development, but also things like, provision for mahinga kai practice. That conversation can happen through those district plan processes, with rangatiratanga being recognised by having mana whenua taking the lead role in that, rather than having constraints imposed from the outside, which is what has tended to happen in the past. So essentially, that's what we're trying to get. That's the framework that we're trying to get into the regional policy statement. I'd just also like to briefly comment on the papukainga definition, which there's been a bit of discussion about today. And I think that Mr. Allison and Mr. Fleck this morning provided you with some really good examples of what papukainga would mean in practice, and in particular in the scope that we have asked for in the definition to allow for activities that are potentially some economic activities, and potentially activities that are carried out in conjunction with other parties. The examples that Mr. Fleck gave this morning about, for example, those activities that are being developed in conjunction with the university is a very clear example of the sorts of things that might be provided for through that and should be provided for through that definition. There may be other activities such as health facilities, education facilities, things like, small scale convenience stores or those sorts of things, the whole range of activities that would support the activity, support a viable community, essentially. Those are the sorts of things that I see as being appropriate within that definition. If I just go back to my point about that I made before about the sort of default that there has been in the planning frameworks, if you start to look at the default for the native reserve land as, rather than being a rural default, as being a rural settlement default, then it immediately changes the sort of conversation and the sort of considerations that a council will have about what is the range of activities that might be appropriate there. So what the papakainga definition is intended to do is ensure that the scope that is in there is the sort of scope of activities that you might have in a rural settlement. You know, that what both Matapura Allison and Edward Allison were talking about in terms of that supporting a village, supporting the kaika, so that you can, you know, sustain that community. And I'd also just note in terms of some of the concerns that have been raised by other parties about what that might mean in terms of effects. Matapura Allison this morning talked about the cultural and environmental bottom lines that underlie the way in which mana whenua make their decisions. And I just draw your attention to within the papakainga definition that it talks about that use being in accordance with, or in general accordance with tikanga Māori. That is intended to specifically link that use to that point that Mr. Allison was making. So it would mean, again, it means that the conversations that would then happen between mana whenua and a district council in terms of those district plan processes would be in the context of looking at whether the range of activities that were being proposed to be provided for in that area were in accordance with tikanga Māori, and what would be the sorts of, I guess, policies and rules that would need to go into the district plan that would then ensure that that was the type of development that was provided for. I have been through the process of developing papakainga provisions for Katihuerapa Ke Arowhenua up in the Timaru district, and if you want me to give you an example in respect to how that conversation happened with the district council in that case, then I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
I'm not quite sure where to start, to be honest. Let me start with the question of tikanga Māori. What is it that you're talking about here? Because on the one hand, there's references made, I don't remember whether you're one of them, but one or two, around tikanga tahu and tikanga Māori and all sorts of other tikanga, I suppose. And I raise this in the context of one of the themes that you cover in your primary evidence around appropriate use of te reo Māori and traditional placements. Now, one could be confused slightly, perhaps, maybe even cynical about the kind of definition that you were referring to around papakainga, which would allow for other things to happen alongside or included within this broader concept of tikanga Māori that I think you're referring to. I'm not entirely sure, which is part of my question. And tikanga tahu. The reason I raise this is because defining Māori tikanga, Māori concepts in English terms isn't necessarily the most productive approach, because often they don't actually correlate. You're talking about different things, very much so. And if anyone or any iwi is of a mind to redefine something, it has a flow-on effect to other iwi as well. In one way or another, they may not have to follow it, but people will be watching and they'll think, oh, so this is, I mean, Ngātahi is redefined kāinga to the purpose. I mean, you know, and this happens all the time. It's not new. But I just wondered whether you'd sort of given that any thought or whether that sort of has any impact on your thinking.
Yes, I mean, I think that's a really important point. I think looking at it from, I guess, the opposite end is, I think, what we've been trying to do in terms of addressing the matters in the Kaitahu submissions for this regional policy statement is to ensure, because as you say, if something that is done in one area ends up affecting what happens in other areas, what we've tried to do is take from the other side and say we need to look at what is the way this needs to work for the renaka who are mana whenua, who have mana whenua.
Which is why I
in
raised the
Otago.
tikanga tahu
Yes.
thing. I mean, is that the umbrella and you would then come under, or is that what this is saying?
Yes, it is essentially, but I think that's why the amendments that I've proposed to MWM5, which essentially put mana whenua in the lead role in terms of actually determining what is tikanga in terms of a particular community and particular situation. That's why that is so important, because
That's how I interpreted
Yeah.
what you wrote. Yeah, but I was looking at it with a sort of tikanga tahu hat at the top. That's kind of the distinction I'm trying to draw.
Yes. Yes, and we're always, as planners, we're always sort of in this sort of, well, and particularly as planners, when we are trying to reflect what Kaitahu want, then we were always, I guess, in a little bit of a situation of having to work out how we can draft provisions so that both they reflect what the intent is for Kaitahu, but also so that planners who are coming in from outside know what we mean. And I think that the conversation that there has been about kaitiaki and tangata tiaki, and the conversation about mana whenua and tuturu noho is directly relevant to that sort of thing. There's a bit of there's a lead time that is needed to, I guess, get an understanding of those iwi specific terms from the broader, you know, for that broader audience. And because words like kaitiakitanga, words like kāinga, words like, you know, all these words have come into, I guess, a commonly sort of established use through the RMA, then we're sort of trying to work our way through how best to do that. And I think, you know, tikanga Māori is a concept that hopefully most planners are familiar with. Tikanga tahu would need some more explanation to some people. And I think ultimately that is, I think, as the involvement of mana whenua, tuturu, inoho, as their involvement in decision-making processes and in land development processes increases, I think we will move down that track. But we're in a little bit of a, I guess, an interpretation process at the moment.
It seems to me that the mātauranga is another one of those same things in that same basket. Really, because people will say, well, mai tahu mātaranga. And it may well be, I mean, it might be what it is.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, that is again why in developing these provisions, we have focused very strongly on the importance of mana whenua involvement in decision making, because it is only mana whenua who can say what that means.
I've lost my train of thought. You want to carry on?
I think it's for your summary actually, Sandra, in terms of as a planner, you were sitting here, you'd be doing the same thing. Is it, how do these things translate into lower order documents? And you gave some examples today. And the rural settlement thing was interesting. I could see how that could work in Karatani, in those smaller sort of urban areas. And I'm thinking there's like a DCC had, not DCC, that might work for them. As I've said a few times, my main involvement in this issue has been the Silna lands. They're a different kettle of fish because the Catman's one, because of the size of them. And they was, I can't remember the phrase, but they were returned basically for the beneficiaries to provide for their social and economic welfare. But then taken away with all the Section 6 matters. So I'm trying to work out how a rural settlement zone or something like that may work over. And it goes back to how you see the primacy issue working, which the Kane family sort of raised in terms of what policies might come in over there, because if you take the Silna lands, pretty much everything in Section 6 impacts on that particular area. And even though your changes to UW5, when it's to lead approaches, as I said, this was 30 years ago, they have changed their change. It was Dockland Forest and Bird that really tried to stop that happening because of those other values in there. We're trying to visualize how this might pan out. I can see how it might work for the urban, more smaller ones, but how does it work for those larger silver? Especially when you also have the policies within this RPS about reading vision as a whole, that priority that we've talked about, sort of the intrinsic values of the resources first and their use second.
Yeah.
Because you see that it'll start a conversation, but
yeah. I think as a first point, I mean, you've sort of said, okay, you can see how rural settlements work, you know, if it's adjoining an existing settlement. Taking a step beyond that, there are actually a number of rural settlements recognised around Otago as a whole, which are actually not near any urban settlements, and some of them are very small.
I probably need more the size.
Yeah. So you know, there are little places like, well, in the Dunedin area, places like Woodside, places, you know, there are places with a very small number of dwellings there that, you know, have been recognised in some way in terms of existing settlement. The situation with places, I guess, like the Maranuku block that the Kane whānau talks about, and some of the other native reserve areas, is because of the constraints that have been imposed on them, or because of past alienation, then that sort of small settlement, which would organically have developed, as it has in places like Woodside or Henley, have not been able to. So I think you can still shift the default in terms of thinking, well, this is something that we should expect could happen here, because this is the intent of that land. And for some of those larger blocks of land, you know, and the intent in terms of that land is to enable the whānau to support themselves on it. So there's an expectation both of the ability to live there and the ability to support themselves by practice of mahi and kai, by other activities. So, and I'm not going to talk on behalf of the cane whānau because I don't have the right to do that. But in terms of some of those sorts of situations, I think what that would mean in practice is that the starting point, and this is again the reason for having an enabling policy, the starting point is, what is the intent of this? This land is intended to be occupied and used by the owners. What is needed to enable that? And how does that work in terms of the other values that there might be in relation to that land? And, and that has to be worked out at the district plan level. But what is happening at the moment without clear policy direction in the regional policy statement is that the discussions with councils that happen are happening in the absence of that direction, then essentially kaitahu are starting from scratch, and the owners of this land are starting from scratch and having to go from, well, yes, this area has, is at the moment covered in indigenous vegetation, and we know that's important, but this land, so it's actually a whole lot of steps in terms of the conversation have to happen, and a whole lot of education in terms of the conversation has to happen, which I guess my view is that if there is clear direction in relation to that in the RPS, then it actually means there are fewer steps to be taken.
I guess my question is around how do we actually make that clearer and make that part easier? Because I've seen the other side of it. And there actually is provision in the Clutha plan that literally does recognise in a consent scenario that still have to go through consent that why that the reason for that land being is taken into consideration. It is, I don't know, Ross probably and Mr. Cameron probably the better people to answer this, but could you have a statement in the RPS that says, in terms of how we deal with this particular resource, i.e. native reserves, etc., section 6E takes primacy. Are we allowed to do that in a planning document that we can actually sit it above those other ones?
The approach that I've tried to take in terms of dealing with that situation is because there's a whole lot of those different types of I guess other values that come into play, and and the way in which the statutory framework works for them and the level of national direction that applies to them is different for each situation. There is different direction in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement in terms of what happens in the coastal environment. There's there's direction supposedly coming in terms of the MPSIB in terms of what happens with indigenous vegetation. There's direction in the new MPS for highly productive land. All of those things work in slightly different ways. So the way that I've tried to address that particular question in the RPS is to look at the particular topic areas where those matters come up and try to ensure that we have policy provisions in the relevant chapters that link back to MWP4 in a way that recognises what the statutory framework for those particular things are, so that it is, I guess, specifically designed to link to that particular thing, rather than having trying to have a common approach across all of those, because we have to work within that, within the statutory framework for each of those things.
Yeah, and I think from memory there are references to what your proposing as being a way to achieve section 6E in the Act. So is that where it best to sit as a part of the explanation? We'll bring it out even
Right.
further on.
Yeah, I think there would be value in making specific reference to section 6E there. Because I think there is a matter that hasn't always been recognised by councils, that this is a section 6E matter that we are dealing with in terms of use of Māori, and it's absolutely central in terms of that. There could be some value in specifically referring to that. I'm just trying to think about whether that sort of specific reference in terms of other section 6 matters, whether there is specific reference made to those sections in the other parts of the RPS or not, as to, you know, how, I guess, you know, how things work together overall, but I think there could be value. The other side of it is that, you know, I guess the link to section 8 and to rangatiratanga, to the end, to the, you know, maybe that the, and I'm thinking, you know, sort of thinking as I go with this, it may be that the best link that could be made is the link to MWP2, which sets out how principles of treaty are to be given effect to, which links to both section 6E and both section 8, and, you know, and is a provision of RPS, and that might be the useful link to make.
Because I understand the issue, and but just seeing this stuff happening in practice, if you don't have those links and you get down to that conversation with that district council, other people start getting involved, even though it's led by months. That can be a nightmare. But actually, following on to that, we've had discussions about scale of commercial activity and stuff on some of this. I'm assuming that's where that conversation would be had as to how those parameters. So we probably don't need to get into that detail to this level. Is that what you're saying?
That's my view.
That conversation be had.
I think that's absolutely a conversation to be had at the district plan level, and we had exactly that conversation in the Timaru district, and, you know, there was quite a conversation that was had between the council and the Rūnaka as to what was the type of provision that should be made for commercial activities, and I guess the level to which the Rūnaka wanted to be in control of what, you know, what sort of commercial activity happened and what the effects were. In the end, in that situation, the Rūnaka decided that they wanted to have a consent process for commercial activity, and they had a set of assessment matters for that commercial activity that linked very closely to their tikanga, and to the way in which they wanted that to develop. That was the situation for that community. You know, that's there might be a different decision come to in a different community, but that's the process that I would see happening.
Is there any discussion in that around the delegation of authority to iwi to manage, I think, here the largest Silna lands?
Yeah. I think Timaru District Council is quite a long way from that conversation. I think
it is moving on.
the world is moving on, and I think that certainly some of the councils in Otago would be more open to that sort of conversation.
Mentioned Maori land. You know, not sure if it's up for discussion today, but in your primary evidence, you referred to the definition of that of the UPS urban is narrower than what we're promoting here.
That's you mean the National Policy Statement on Highly
Oh,
Productive
yes,
Land?
that'd be, yeah, there's so many these days.
Yes, it is.
How do we overcome that?
Well, I think I think Mr. Cameron may be addressing that when we talk about the highly productive land provisions. But
It's reasonably important because if you take, and this has come up quite a bit already, that particular increase in the short time it's been in play. You take the Clutha district, for example, that's pretty much at least all class 3 land. Pretty much anything you want to do in that, you'd be in contravention of that national policy. Someone in Auckland didn't, or Wellington didn't really think it through that well.
And I have mentioned in my, I guess, in my primary evidence that regardless of that definition, there is also provision in the MPS for highly productive land in relation to Section 6 matters. And so
you can broaden that. So there's a definition of highly land, but you can broaden it into those.
Yeah.
I was going to move on to something else, but if other people wanted to talk about that topic.
Okay.
Well, it's just, thanks for that. I was just getting my head around how that might work. I have to say, I do quite like the primacy approach that Elsa has sort of promoted, but I'm not sure how it would go down. But
There's another way, Commissioner. I was following that conversation very carefully. Let's try not to interrupt the flow, but of course, it was a point actually well made by Ms. Sefton yesterday. Section 6E is not subject to any qualifiers, unlike the other sections and the other subsections. And the one that you hear most often is protection from inappropriate use, subdivision and development. And the court and the Court of Appeal on the Man of War decision, I'm thinking 4 or 5 years ago now, and also in King Salmon said what's appropriate or inappropriate is to be judged by what's to be protected. But so there's a value judgment inherent in that. And it might be that the RPS, the way that it's drafted, the way that it's put together, can provide a signal that what is appropriate on Māori land for reasons of both historical and contemporary significance may, when it comes to other Section 6 matters, be different to, for example, land that has not historically or not currently held or falls within that definition, for all the reasons set out in the cultural evidence around alienation and the like. And that would be an entirely consistent interpretation in my submission with Man of War and the other jurisprudence that's developed out of that. So there's a couple of levers you can pull on, whatever you call it, whether it's appropriateness, whether it's a matter of weight, giving greater weight to certain matters of national importance in certain circumstances, to give the signals that on Māori land there may be a more appropriate framework that involves some development. The Man of War example, it's a crude one, but as Honourable Justice Cooper talked about the fact that a farm shed on a ridgeline is not an incongruous or potentially inappropriate activity, because of course in that case I think that was arising out of a regional policy statement review, and it related to the effect of king salmon and the concern that, well, you're never going to be able to do anything in the farming environment because everything's going to have an effect. The court stepped back and said, well, no. We're looking at appropriate activities and effects will be viewed in that realm. But I think when we come to talk about Māori land in particular, I think that's another signal that the RPS could potentially send. There is an appropriate level of development that the land can sustain, which reflects.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think that has application to what you talked about, the Silver Lands or the Maranuku block, those sorts of areas where you've got a lot of Indigenous vegetation. One of the expectations in terms of native reserve land was that you would be able to practice mahi makai, which if you take, I guess, the traditional Department of Conservation view, there is no provision for customary harvest. But if you take the approach that Mr. Cameron has just been talking about, then some level of use of that resource for mahi kai or to support the whānau on the land may be entirely appropriate on that land in the framework of providing more broadly for the sustainability of that habitat. So those sorts of, those sorts of conversations can happen in that
There
framework.
is a bit of a shift there, isn't there, in conservation and around the harvesting of certain species. I'd be interested to know though with the Silna land, because it was quite, it didn't appear outstruck to relate to necessarily just traditional Maori ways of doing things. So to be able to evolve in New Zealand's evolving economy, you're not just Maori, you're New Zealanders. That's sort of what I got from how that was phrased, and that you could cut the bush down to a farm or do whatever you want. Like, is that
Well, I think if you think about what Mr. Flack was saying this morning about the sorts of economic activities that might be developed to sustain the community, I mean, again, that's going to be something that will be worked out in each area. But clearly the types of, making plastic out of Undaria is not something that would have traditionally happened. But it is something that Kati Huirapa Puketeraki see as something that is entirely consistent with their broader responsibilities as tangata tiaki to actually sustain the environment and also to sustain themselves. And I think, so yes, I think there does need to be flexibility for evolving practice.
because a lot of the references to like you read in the treaty claims documents are like freezing night tahis in a certain time period, not being able to move forward. Surely that's a part of this, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a tricky one. Well, the other issue was your concern around mining. It was in your paragraph 62 and 63. I think Ms. Boyd's recommending some amendments just to recognise the economic and social wellbeing importance of mineral aggregate extraction. And you had a bit of a concern around that. And it's just in acknowledging what Brendan was saying earlier, but if we just looked at that, say aggregates, everything that you're sitting in a building, you're standing here on the road, it's all, everything's built by aggregates. You refer to it in your evidence that it only contributes 4.5% of the region's GDP. I have a bit of concern with some of those figures that have been used in a lot of reports. It's vitally important for everything we do. And the reason they are looking for that to be recognised is because it's only in that spot. So can you just explain to me why you don't see it as a sort of a separate case?
Okay, I'm sort of jumping a little bit to what I thought I was going to be talking about later in the week, but that's okay. I think no, it's in the general themes part. But that's fine. I can answer.
So I've read ahead because Brendan was talking about it today. So yeah, you don't have to. You can think about that and come back to me.
Oh look, I'm in your hands. I can do it either.
The chair will probably tell me.
Well, it might be better if everyone just. There was obviously completion of those 3 subclauses.
Oh, me.
Yeah.
I did kind of in a general sense that yeah. Thank you.
I think we've covered the section 6 primacy issues reasonably thoroughly. A couple of points I was keen to explore, and again we're looking at start with P4. Look, issues around reverse sensitivity, something that you gave consideration to when you were co-drafting these provisions. I mean, from the evidence we've heard from the cultural experts, it seems that it could potentially be quite a massive issue in some of these settlements where people are coming in. I mean, I suppose it depends on the district plan provisions, but even with those, depending what the zoning's like, I mean, are there examples, or do you see potential for developments to come in or adjacent to where there are settlements will potentially impact on the activities the traditional activities that you want to try to take there?
What sort of developments would you be thinking about there?
I mean, I suppose it could be kind of, aggregate kind of. It could be a factory with discharge into a stream that you use. It could be something that's, say, noisy and has an air discharge directly adjacent to where you're wanting to.
I think that's the sort of matter that would need to be addressed at district plan level. And again, that is something that we discussed in Timaru. In Timaru, the approach that was taken was that the Runaka had very clear aspirations to develop two quite clearly distinct areas for Papakainga. So they were, and the vehicle that was most useful to them to do that was a multi-purposes zone. Although nobody likes the word multi-purposes zone, that was seen as the most useful vehicle. So because that zone approach was taken then, that meant in terms of the discussions that we were having in development of the district plan across the board, and I was sitting on a sort of a planner technical working group as part of development of that plan, then it meant, because we knew these were the areas where Papakainga development was to be provided for. Then we could then, when we were looking at the rules that were being developed for the rural zone adjacent, we could look at what the range of activities were being provided for and whether any of those activities might be activities which there were particular cultural sensitivities about. And in that case, and I'm scraping my memory a little bit here, but I believe that there were some restrictions put in terms of intensive agriculture in a buffer area around the Papakainga zone because of the concerns about water contamination, contamination of the water supply in particular. But I think those are the sorts of things that very clearly sit at the level of a district plan development processes, because you have to look at what the framework of that plan is and what the approach that is being taken to particular activities, and then look at how everything works together. I don't think that is a matter that you could effectively deal with at the regional policy statement level.
Yeah. So you're satisfied that acknowledgement of the approach here will do it. Staying with MWP4, one of the things I struggled with a little bit with the way this policy is, with policy wording, is that it does provide for development and use without, I suppose, without any kind of qualifiers, as it's been amended, and it does say in accordance with Mātauranga and Tikanga, but those terms aren't defined, and from some of the, I suppose, the conversations that particularly Ro's been having with some of the cultural advisors, they are you know, particularly I suppose I'm talking about Mataraka, but they're reasonably broad, and possibilities there for perhaps some reasonably robust debate. And I suppose, I mean, one of the issues I had was whether those terms should be defined. And I think it would potentially, or can they be defined to give a little bit more certainty to that policy. But also without the three, I suppose, qualifiers that were listed in the as proposed, it sort of removes some of the, I suppose, the guidance that may well have been provided.
Probably two parts to my answer. The first thing is in terms of use of those terms are explained in the Mana Whenua chapter. In my primary evidence, I've sort of discussed that issue of, you know, trying to pin down quite complex concepts and quite rounded concepts into a specific definition, and the problems associated with that. That is not, because that is problematic, we've steered away from that in terms of definition of terms like this. So instead, there is a section, and I'm sorry, I haven't got the there's a section on kaitahu values and resource management earlier in the Mana Whenua chapter. And in each of those, there is a sort of a paragraph or two paragraph definition of terms, including mataranga, including tikanga. Now, mataranga in that one, maybe I'm just having a look. I think that's one that we've recommended an addition to. Yeah. So that sort of explanation, you know, provides a better way to explain what that term means, and in the context of the broader kaitahu values than just having a definition. So it is in there. You know, whether there needs to be some cross-reference in terms of that or not, I don't know. That may be something to think about. In terms of the other part of your question about, I guess, the lack of certainty about what actually those references to Mātauranga and tikanga mean in a particular situation in terms of this. I think I'll go back to what I said before about what's appropriate at the regional policy statement level and what is appropriate to be worked out at the district plan level. The regional policy statement needs to provide that overarching direction for the district plan level. What that means in a particular circumstance can, I think, only be worked out between Mana Whenua and the council at the district plan level, because it will depend on the nature of the community, it will depend on the nature of the environment, what the aspirations of Mana Whenua are, what are the other activities that are happening around it. So that has to be a district planning conversation.
Do you think that points 1, 2, and 3 actually did sort of add some level of sort of clarity in there, or did you consider them to be more restrictive?
If I go back to my experience in Canterbury again, the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement has a policy relating to Papukainga, which has a little bit of that same construction, so it enables, but then has a subject to particularly the health and safety matters and matters in relation to national importance. My experience of discussing that with Timaru District Council was the first thing they leapt to was those qualifiers. And in the particular circumstance there where we're talking about land which is next to a river, and so, you know, flood hazard was a clear consideration, and was a consideration which the Rūnaka was very well aware of because they had, you know, lived through generations of floods. We had to I think, worked quite hard to get the council to accept that there were ways in which development of this area could be allowed, and that rangatiratanga in relation to that could be recognised, that we're not going to cut across that health and safety qualifier. That it turned out to be something which there was a strong focus on from the district council. So my preference would be just to have that clear enabling provision. As I was discussing with Mr. Cubitt, the provisions for things like natural hazard management, for Indigenous vegetation, for the coastal environment, those provisions are addressed in other parts of the RPS and in particular frameworks, and the linkage between this policy and those provisions is something that we've tried to fit within the framework of those chapters, so that that's the way it can be considered, but there is a clear link back to this. So I guess what I thought is the way to deal with it is in the Mana Whenua chapter, which is all about the rights, values and interests of Kaitahu, then the appropriate thing to do is to have a policy which enables those rights and interests. The way in which that links to the matters that are covered in other parts of the RPS then needs to be addressed in those chapters with reference back to this. So that's the approach that I've taken in my recommendations.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's something that I think we're going to have to be quite mindful of as we work through.
And I'll
Yeah,
remind you of it as those things come up later. Sure.
Now, I think on my, did you see it? That now NWM5, I was just running up under subsection 2 there. If you could just walk through what's meant, or what alternative approaches could be used there. That was something I'm a little bit unclear of when I look at that method.
Well, I think there's a couple of things that we've touched on this morning that would be good examples of that. One is the discussion that we had about, customary use of or ability to use mahinga kai activities to sustain a community in an area which is an Indigenous habitat. So that would be one clear area where there may be an alternative approach that can be developed, with the lead of Mana Whenua. Hazard management is another clear matter. The ways in which the challenges, in particular in the coastal communities that we're talking about in Otago, the ways in which the challenges of managing coastal hazards with increasing sea level rise are addressed. That is something that is, there is a lot of opportunity, I think, for development of alternative approaches with Mana Whenua in terms of that. Kaitahu have had a big focus on climate change and the implications of climate change, and Ms. Stevens has dealt with that a little bit in her evidence in terms of the strategic approach that Kaitahu as a whole has had to that. So I think Kaitahu are probably looking harder at the implications of climate change and the needs in terms of adapting to climate change than many other communities are. So I think having provision for mana whenua to take the lead and looking at ways of dealing with those hazards rather than just having a straight, this area can't be developed. This is a no-go area, that one isn't, is a clear example for this one.
Providing kaitaku to take the lead on trying to come up with some
Yes.
ways in which to enable
Yes.
the use or development that's been planned.
I just want to get some clarity on how the recommendations in the section 42A report writer's subsequent amendments came about. When I looked at your appendix in terms of definition of part of land, what was sought was an addition of a clause just to add simply owned by Te Runanga or Ngaitahu or its constituent Papatipu Runaka. And that seems to have morphed now into a clause that has a qualifier at the end of it where the land was transferred or vested or is and English isn't good, and entitlement or as part of the ancillary claim, part of redress of settlement of Treaty Waitangi claims or by the exclusive right under the Treaty Settlements Act. Where did that phraseology come from?
The hearing discussions.
Yeah, what happened is we had there was a pre-hearing process that went on. There was this was one of the matters at discussion between the Kaitahu parties, the Cane whānau, and the regional council, and there were a number of the way in which the development of this definition came about was we had previously been looking at a more general reference to ancestral land. The question as to what that meant was raised by a number of other parties. So through the pre-hearing process, I proposed that we could provide some greater clarity as what was intended by in terms of MWP4 and also the provisions in other chapters such as the natural hazards chapter where we were referring to ancestral land. So that was the genesis of the development of the definition of Māori land. The definition was developed through, I guess, a series of discussions between Kaitahu parties and Cane whānau. Ms. Riddell did quite a lot of work in looking at what the various circumstances were and the various types of tenure and various types of situation in which that land needed to apply. And so we came up with a definition there. We presented that to ORC and Mr. Adams agreed with most of it except for that clause 1, which I've referred to in my recommendation, which was land owned by Te Runanga or its constituent Papatipu Runaka. And that clause in particular deals with the situations such as that where that Matapura Ellison talked about today, where the Runaka is deliberately looking at purchasing land so that whānau can come back and, where land has been lost. So that's to deal with that sort of situation.
I'm just intrigued on that issue, though, that the phraseology of constituent Papatipu Runaka has disappeared and the final recommendation and or related entities.
I think we're so there were, if I can get this right in my head, the Kaitahu definition that was provided to ORC in advance of the supplementary evidence being filed had 8 categories, one being land owned by Te Runanga or a constituent of Te Runanga, 6, 7 and 8 being largely as they are in Mr. Adams in 5, 6 and 7. Yeah,
Right.
so in effect, if you knock all of them down one,
Right.
the numbers will align.
I think.
Yeah. And it may be helpful, I mean, I think Mr. Cameron alerted me to the fact that actually, because I've just referred to these specific parts and Mr. Adams has referred to other parts, that you don't actually have in front of you a full and a copy of the full definition that
Right,
I'm
yeah.
supporting.
I
So
know.
I can provide you a copy with that.
It's been explained, and I just want to
The
clarify.
dot's doing a lot of work in that table.
I was trying to keep the length of my appendix down a little bit.
Right. Just going to the definition that you recommended in your report, and it's, I think, being picked up and adopted in Mr. Adams' recommendation for Papatupu, for Whakakaika. There's a wording that intrigues me as to where it came from, and it's obviously suggested by Kaito, because it's in yours and it's also in Mr. Adams, and it's means subdivision, use and development by another whenua, either on their own, and then it has the phrase or in conjunction with other parties. Now, where's the ancestral link to the novel link in a phrase like or in conjunction with other parties?
Because if it's in conjunction with other parties, it's still the mana whenua, tuturo and the noho are still involved. The conjunction with other parties recognises that there may be some activities which actually, that whānau hapu can't actually do their own. They may need to be, I guess, working in conjunction, as Mr. Flack described this morning, the development of economic activities related to use of Undaria that's being done in conjunction with the university. There may be other circumstances, for example, where the community site, there needs to be a dairy there. It may be that it's not actually, the hapu themselves that are going to run that dairy. They may be, wanting to attract somebody into the community to run that dairy so that people can then take advantage of that. There's a range of possibilities there, and the intent of including that there is just to ensure that those sorts of opportunities are not foreclosed. So it allows for those sorts of things to happen.
All right. The word general accordance with tikanga Māori, the word general adds even more uncertainty, doesn't it?
I think, and the reason the word general is in there is, again, it came out of the discussions that we were having in terms of looking at between the kaitahu parties and the cane whānau in terms of what we need. And I think there was some concern from some people in the room that, I guess, the question of the just accordance, if there wasn't reference to general accordance there, then, and this is, I think, from the experience of some people in the room in terms of dealing with some councils, that they may take a very sort of strict and legalistic approach to, what is in accordance with tikanga, and is this written down, and is that, have we got some set criteria as to what has to be in accordance with tikanga. And it was, I think, just trying to ensure that, there was an encouragement for councils who might be inclined to take that approach to go in that direction, that there needed to be more flexibility there in terms of that.
I suppose from a resource management viewpoint, in terms of a controlling agency, the concern that is likely to arise is that all of the examples you've given me and all the evidence we've heard from cultural people have been great. And it's neat to envisage a situation where you can enable those sorts of activities and those sorts of commercial activities to support people once to re-establish a connection to ancestral land. But the flip side that we need to address as well is of the potential for these things to be misused. And in that regard, given the combination of the pORPS and the Māori land definition, what would be to stop a rogue individual Māori owner who had whakapapa connection to the land, to Melbourne, undeniably, entering into a JV with an LFR operator and saying to the council, that's an activity that you, under the IPS, have to allow.
Well, again, I think that's where the importance of the involvement of mana whenua and the involvement of Rūnaka in decision making is really important, because then the Rūnaka can essentially have some control in terms of what happens in their community. I think, again, that is, again, exactly a conversation that we had in Timaru. And it has to happen at the district plan level, and that is the decision I mentioned before about that in that circumstance, commercial activity should be a consent requirement with some clear assessment criteria around it, directly arose from exactly that question that you've asked. And the Rūnaka said, well, we want to, make sure that if some particular beneficial owner does want to do something that we don't think is consistent with tikanga, then, we want to be able to have a say in what happens there, and therefore we need to have a resource consent process for that. So that, again, is something that, it needs to be worked out through that district plan process, and needs to be worked out in terms of that particular area and the particular community that we're talking about.
And the final observation I was just going to make was that as I was listening to the exchange you were having with on that, I'm just trying to remember the clause P4, P4, yes, that's on P4, so there's three sub clauses. I was just thinking that as you were having that exchange with Bianca Sullivan, that the provisions of section 5 worded almost exactly as P4 was worded, and what you're arguing for really is to emasculate, if you like, the control elements in section 5.
No, I'm not arguing for that. I mean, section 5 is, section 5 isn't going to be trumped by MWP4. Section 5 is there, and I think that's the point that I was making about the way in which these types of effects need to be dealt with depends on what those effects relate to and what the statutory framework for those effects are. So that's why I don't think we can, I think it makes more sense to address the way in which that gets managed and the way in which the management of effects on those matters works together with P4. It makes more sense for that to be developed in the chapters that deal with those topics, rather than trying to cover everything in P4, in which case you end up with a situation where those, the qualifiers end up taking more prominence than the enabling intent of the policy.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting for a moment we try to trump section 5, but just as the approach that was adopted in the original drafting of P4 seemed to be in accord with the approach in a general sense of section 5, that you enable but take into account these effects.
Yeah, I think trying to include all the potential, trying to think about all the possible effects of all the particular activities that might happen with a occupation and use of Māori land, and trying to encompass all of those in P4 places quite a heavy burden on that policy. And the more qualifiers you put on in terms of that and trying to deal with all those different circumstances, the more that takes the emphasis away from that important intent of enabling the use of that land. So again, that's why my preference is to deal with those in the chapters that deal with those topics and link back to P4.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rhonda. Next witness, Ms. Clark. We will pass her a microphone or ask you to turn up perhaps if Maria thinks that one.
Kia koutou, tēnā te rama. Me Bartlett, Pakuikua, Pakuikua Mātua, Marama. And I haven't prepared a summary statement for you. I've been jotting down notes yesterday and this morning, and really, you know, for the RMIA and Marapreneur chapters, you know, Sandra's evidence is carrying the bulk of the discussion. What you will see in mine is, you know, a fairly strong endorsement of the Cane Whānau submission and a desire to consider more that privacy question that Commissioner Cubitt was leading out on, and otherwise in terms of the RMIA, you know, I've got the basic run through to see how well we've covered what or how well the RPS is doing at picking up and addressing, visibly picking up and addressing the issues of significance that have been identified. I think rather than do anything other than those basic comments, I'd quite like to either take your questions and hope that lots of what I've taken notes about comes through in your questioning, or otherwise have the opportunity to bring forward a bit of what I've observed and considered in the korero today. One thing before you open with any questions is I would like to note that in the submissions of Ms. Sefton, she in the discussion of and in the discussions of partnership, there was mention of the MOU between Te Ringa o Ngāi Tahu and Kaitahu Kia Tahu and Council, but an omission in relation to the Charter of Understanding between Te Ao Marama and ORC. So that Charter of Understanding is referenced in the Kaitahu Relationships with Local Authority section in the RPS. So I just wanted to make it clear that there is, and you possibly have picked that up from your own reading of the draft, that there is a partnership document in place, and it was signed in 2016, and it's the foundation for the relationship between Te Ao Marama and Otago Regional Council, and that resourcing has come. So Edward yesterday was mentioning Tahu was leading out on the resourcing from local authorities. During the time that he was CE, I was at Okaha. He brought me down from Te Ringa o Ngāi Tahu during that year. And as a result, you know, there has been resource flowing to both Okaha and Te Ao Marama, increased resourcing, and the 2016 charter between Te Ao Marama and the council is sort of the foundation for discussions around the partnership and any resourcing that comes with it. So yeah, I don't know if you want me to very long minute where I may just,
You said you had some notes that you'd made.
yes,
Through
I've
the
been
course of the day.
scratching away, and I've been listening
Well,
to the to the
This
board.
is your opportunity. If there are particular matters you want to highlight to us, then
Yeah.
you should certainly take that.
Yeah, so in relation to all the discussions about the papakaika definition, you'll see in my evidence that I was the author / co-author of the Mana Whakahonua Rohi agreement on the West Coast. And there is an example in there of a papakainga definition, if you like, at section 3.32 of that document. And we were certainly mindful of that as in the preparation of this RPS. And that definition had been through Trump independent legal review and council legal review to get to the point where it was adopted by the West Coast Regional Council. So it's worth having a look. And
That's in the Mana Whakahonua,
yes, in the Mana Whakahonua Rohi agreement, and in my evidence in chief, there's a link through there, and you'll find it in the leader where I describe my background.
In footnote.
Yeah, in the footnote.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've footnoted both the global climate change strategy, which I led and authored in partnership with my team. And thank you. Yeah, so I've just put the two links in there to the two documents, but it just gives you just give you a flavour of where I've been doing. But the fact is that that link will take you through to section 3.32, where you'll find potentially some useful Whakakainga reference. And I want to just highlight that in my evidence, I've used that term utilisation as a shorthand for subdivision use and development of Māori land, and just wanted to make sure that nobody was going to miss off the full phrase subdivision use and development. I think subdivision had sort of dropped off some of the drafting. I think that I'd like to pick up on the discussion that Ro was leading with Sandra around tikanga tahu, tikanga for Māori. I mean, I think you might resolve that by simply saying tikanga, because you know that will tell you who's able to speak and do what where. And that presumably might settle the question as opposed to tikanga Māori sort of broadening out. But actually where we are in the place that we're talking about.
I think that would be sufficient for everybody to understand immediately, though.
Tikanga. Or
Yeah.
tikanga. I think that you I thought that what you were alluding to was where we are, the tikanga of place, and it's still tikanga Māori in terms of the tikanga Māori that's sitting in the RMA references, but it's been brought down into place. And of course, when you bring it down into place, it's all about the people of the place. And so it's going to have to be, and in some respects, not just tikanga tahu, but you can, come down even closer to where the activity is occurring and which Papati Pūrunga is leading out because of where it's occurring. And so I think maybe your safest bet is to just block off the end if you're feeling a little uncomfortable about the broadness of tikanga Māori, and just tikanga would do the job.
Yeah, I understand and I accept what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I think in particular contexts, it would need to be a bit more refined. There'll be particular kai tahu tikanga, which aren't the same as other people's.
Mm-hmm.
I think in those circumstances, that would need to be quite clearly established or set down.
I think this is where it gets interesting in the discussion that you were having about definitions. Do we need a definition for mātauraka? Do we need a definition for tīkaka? Found that discussion very interesting because, you know, the start of the MPSFM has quite happily used mātauranga Māori without a need to define it. So there's a whereas the 2010 Coastal Policy Statement felt the need to stick a definition in there. So MPSFM 2020 didn't feel the need to stick a definition here. That's the progress of time in resource management where we are now. That and what I was saying just before about tīkaka is true about mātauraka. It's going to come from the people of that place. It can't come from anywhere else. It doesn't really need to be defined by anybody else. It can only come from there. And it can only come from those people of the place who are holding manawhenua in place. And so it's actually okay. What Commissioner Cubitt used the phrase scary, which I found really interesting because I think people get afraid and I like to wonder where is this fear coming from really? What are you actually worried about here? And I wrote down the word control, and control came out of Commissioner Crosby's kōrero when he was thinking about, well, you know, if there's a local authority control that is in our hands, and we've got to make a careful decision in the application of those controls. And really, that's what all this is coming back to. If you're kind of giving over some of that control and saying kaitahu can lead in the response and exercise rakatirataka and employ mātauraka, apply it and apply tīkaka, all of this is coming from nowhere but kaitahu. And so that's challenging for those who are not kaitahu, and it can be a challenge for the local authority. What I think is interesting is when Commissioner Cubitt was asking about transfer of powers, Section 33 is sitting there in the Act. It's been sitting there for a long time and only recently, in recent sort of years, been exercised or utilised. And there's lots of reasons for that. But the fact is that for a long time now, the legislators have imagined without any difficulty the handing over, the transfer of power, you know, specific to a kaupapa or specific to a place. So the RPS is already imagining that it already references different mechanisms in different ways. Section 33 gets mentioned in the RPS. You know, that's one way that some of this may come to life in relation to the utilisation of land. And that's a separate process, but it's recognised in the RPS. I think I can't think of a stronger case than utilisation of Māori land for the emphasis of Section 6E, which Commissioner Cubitt was asking about. There is no stronger case that I can see. These, you know, you've got all of the history about these lands. These lands were not the choicest lands. These were the, you know, leftover bits that the colonisers didn't want. And that's why you have natural hazard issues coming up, flood issues coming up, you know, that the local authorities want to concern themselves with. You know, why would the local authority want to concern itself with significant Indigenous habitats and Indigenous fauna? Why is that? Because of all the barriers over time that you've all been hearing about. So I think the context of the utilisation of Māori land is the most important thing, and it is the scarcity of that land. You know, you know, you can look at those maps while you're rightfully acknowledging, Commissioner Cubitt, that there's a different scale of Māori land in the Catlins that's obviously come through and highlighted in Evelyn's evidence, the significance and importance of those reserve lands and the catlands. So there's a different scale of land here. But then if you zoom out to the whole of Otago, it puts it in perspective. And I think it's really interesting when you were talking about, and it's come up a couple of times actually from Commissioner Cumming and Commissioner Crosby around who gets involved in the decisions about what to do and how to utilise Māori land. And there's a way to talk about that is, I guess from the kaitahu perspective, it's who really should be involved, here, and who should really be taking the lead here, which is the emphasis on Rakatira Haka. So, again, you probably get from all of that, that I do genuinely think that there is opportunity to lift up that concept of primacy that's in the Kane Whānau submission, and that despite not having a hierarchy in section 6, section 6E has no qualifiers, which has been noted, and therefore that sets it apart from all of the other clauses that do have the appropriate and inappropriate qualifier. So if we do, as Sandra was talking about, say here, it is appropriate. It is appropriate for papakāinga and that expansive definition of papakāinga to apply, because these are the places left where Rakatira Taka can be exercised to its fullest, and where there is opportunity to do so, or we can provide opportunity to do so where that opportunity is not previously existed. I do also think that the exceptions in section 6, so I've mentioned about hazards, and I think that context for the land is really important when we consider hazards. And it's really section 6C that I think in the catlands is one that's going to bring other parties in or be a potential place of contention. And we, in terms of the national direction, we don't have any national direction to tell us to prioritise utilisation of Māori land, and in what ways that happens. We don't have that. Neither do we yet have our NPSIB, which is lurking around. But it's but when you look at the draft NPSIB and the thinking that's going on at the moment, as this thing may or may not be about, when you look at what it's trying to do with Māori land, it's really interesting. You get a where practicable phrase in association with the utilisation of Māori land, and a where practicable phrase in the the protection of the Indigenous flora and fauna. And so that's a clue as to where the national thinking hasn't quite sort of worked its way through to understanding quite what to do about this. But I would say that I'm not sure that there is anything to prevent us from prioritising the utilisation of Māori land. And and when I say prioritisation, I say that quite deliberately. The MPS-HPL is using a prioritisation framework to say we want to prioritise primary production here, but we can have a conversation about other things. So can we not prioritise, similarly prioritise utilisation of Māori land? I'd be really interested. We certainly had a bit of a scratch and a go we weren't sure how well it would go. But in the conversations with Kane Whānau, definitely did have a go at sort of even beefing up people to bring in their priority. And I think it shouldn't, if that was to be entertained by the panel, take away from the going into chapter by chapter approach that Sandra and Michael have taken care with. I really just wanted to lay that out for the panel because I think there's a lot to think about, and there's certainly a lot to be thinking about. And I think one thing, actually, when I say I've got little scratchings, these really are little scratchings, but this little note here that if we don't prioritise the utilisation of those lands on the catchment that are underdeveloped or completely undeveloped, in favour of sort of setting them aside as significant natural areas for instance, that's really, you're asking Kaitahu to subsidise biodiversity loss that they've not been the primary progenitors of. You know, so it's kind of a double whammy if you do that. You know, they've had to suck up the extensive biodiversity loss and degradation of Te Taio, and then subsidise the wealth creation of others, you know, by preserving what happens to be left on the land, because, you know, I think that's a really important consideration. And the question that came up around, well, how do we grapple with prioritising the utilisation of Māori land and the inherent prioritisation that we've been asking for in terms of Māori? Those two things are not incompatible things when you're applying mātauranga and tikanga. Mātauranga and tikanga, because we're in Kaitahu territory. Yeah, those are not incompatible things, they belong together. That's what I was saying. So yeah, if you're not interested, I have stretched out some wording. There are a couple of things that I would note. Well, actually, one left really, which is that Mr. Adams was talking about timeframes when he spoke at the outset, and I think he may have picked up that idea of potentially looking for a timeframe from my paragraph 27 interim frameworks table, and actually. That might be just a little misunderstanding, and I can probably understand because that in itself is pretty shorthand for zone table. But the point of it really was, if there isn't a time frame, you have to be very, very clear what you're doing. And I'm quite satisfied that there's no time frame in association with those MWs. No time frame required. Yeah, no, there is no time frame, and I don't think there's a time frame required because there's a clear what you do in the absence of a time frame. And one of the reasons I don't think we need a time frame is that, you know, obviously from the Maitahuki Mirihiku side, we've been arguing quite strongly for not necessarily mapping. So perhaps you might want a time frame if you wanted your maps produced in a particular time frame, but actually we're sort of arguing different. So time frames is important, process is important, and what triggers that process of Waihi Tūwhanga assessment. But we can get to that down the track of the Waihi Tūwhanga. But it was more that that if that's where Mr. Adams was going in terms of thinking that there might be something to address around time frames, I'm quite confident there isn't. And that was just me not being clear in my evidence. Yeah.
Right, thank you. We'll leave the questions till after lunch. We'll break now for an hour after lunch. Thank you. We'll start the question.
Yeah.
Again, as I said earlier, I'm not quite sure where to start. But I just want to make a couple of comments rather than questions. That's the one around point you raised around tikanga and mātauranga, you know, which is I accept totally. You know, I'm not arguing with you. But I think one of the reasons why I suppose it's kind of high in my agenda because it's been one of these things that's muddied the waters for a long time. Yeah. And I suppose my hope out of this RPS is that perhaps a local authority might for the first time better deal with it. That's the point I'm trying to make. And even although defining terms can be troublesome at best, and they often are, like to make the point I'm making between English and Māori. Yeah, that's where a lot of the real challenges are. The purist in me says, don't do it. The reality is you have to. That's you know, there is no two ways about it. Because you can't just use one and drop the other one altogether, which is what some people often argue. They just, you know, it's become sort of fashionable to say, well, just drop the English. I mean, everybody uses Māori all the time, which has happened in some cases. It has happened. I mean, just you look at the phrase kia ora. 30 years ago, not everyone would have used it as easily and as freely and as openly as you do now. But it's, I mean, the national anthem in Māori, for example, is another example. So, so the point I'm sort of emphasizing here is that whilst there's not an easy match, a lot of the stuff that we've talked about here, it behoves us though to actually try to, and not to be too scared or afraid to try. Because I think, you know, sort of underscoring what you were saying is this fear factor, I think, that people often find themselves with, you know, that, we don't do that because we'll get pilloried or we'll get undrawn and quartered or whatever. So that's the only comment I would make. I don't have any further questions because I understand fully where you're coming from, and we've rehearsed a number of these things quite a bit already anyway. It's not as though any of them are new. So thanks very much for your contribution.
Thank you. I didn't have a lot of questions either, really, Marie, because you kind of answered what I was Sandra in a way, but I guess what I do take from you is that even in your last paragraph, is as far as possible in terms of advancing that prioritisation. And I think Sandra discussed some of those. Do you want to make any further comment on that, how you might actually achieve that in the policy document?
So I did imagine you might. So one thing that has been concerning me is that the RPS might create a pathway, but that pathway might still be a non-complying activity or, you know, a harder pathway. And that really, what I imagine is when I'm thinking about what I've heard from Commissioner Crosby, and again thinking about controls and when you get to put those controls on and what kind of controls you get to put on, I'm thinking, you know, there's a spectrum of enabling, isn't there? And there's the permitted activity end of the spectrum and the controlled activity end of the spectrum, up to the non-compliant and non-compliant sort of pathway. You've provided a pathway, but it's a much harder road to get there. And so I'm quite interested in being very clear that to aim for a permissive framework.
Kind of takes me back to the three qualifiers to that that was in the original provision that's been originally laid out. Number 2 in that was avoid significant adverse effects on matters of national importance, which is possibly an easier pathway than actually relying on other sections where you might actually have to avoid all effects or keep them to minor, whereas you could have moderate effects or something. Do you have any comment on that?
I think you have to imagine that question being asked in the Catlins in the undeveloped land, I guess. As to, I suppose your significance, your level of effect, might be in an undeveloped forest habitat, and minimising effects in that habitat. So you're imagining a potential scenario where those effects are not significant on the functioning of the place and the species in it. Yeah, I can see where you're going with that.
Well, it gets into that as your discussion, and I'm not actually sure I've already made this mistake. But actually applies to this part of the hearing. I've got a Puna, and you talk about in your 37, paragraph 37, or actually the whole section about the cultural landscapes and how it should be Waihi Te Puna assessments, and how there may be an overlap with, for example, if that Catlins area is identified as an outstanding or significant natural vegetation, if that Waihi Te Puna assessment sort of comes over top of that, that's a significance that then a customary use thing kicks in. Did you want to explain how that might work, or how you envisage that could work in a district planning sort of sense? I wasn't totally clear, and it probably aligns with that potential or that conversation that's happening in the conservation estate of harvesting certain species and so forth from that.
Yeah, so I think in each of these, if we go back to imagining an elevation of 6E with the wraparound of 8 and 7A in the context of Māori specifically, so it gets its lift. I think, Sandra's outlined a really great way to, a zoning approach to giving life to the enabling provision. And you could see how, well, this is what I was imagining when I wrote the evidence, was that the first thing I was trying to do obviously was pull the Indigenous assessment out of the non-Indigenous framework and keep them apart so that the Indigenous assessment could stand in its own right. And the methodology, and this will come later in the hearing as well, and when you talk to us, I should outline this, but the fruits of the Waihi Te Puna assessment when it's using the current Waitāhi Kimerihiki methodology will, as part of that assessment, identify what's appropriate to happen in a place. And so that assessment happening in an area of Māori land, you can see that there'll be naturally an emphasis placed on how you can use that land. I could see that with the zoning approach that that Sandra was alluding to, really we might be talking about slightly different things, like the Wāhi Tūpuna assessment can apply a little differently, might not be pāpāinga that we're talking about, but yes, the kinds of utilisation that you might enable there, which might not necessarily be sitting under the pāpāinga definition.
I guess my not concerned about the zoning approach that Sandra sort of outlined. I look at the land in Karitani, so you could understand how rural settlement zone could be over there. Something like that over that full extent of the Silna land. It's like, I didn't use the word scary in relation to that, it was in relation to the road.
Oh, right.
If he doesn't know what.
Right.
But
no. So I can see absolutely the Wāhi Tūpuna assessment would be the tool to sort of identify, what is appropriate here, so and that goes to the
combination of that.
That's right, and it goes really nicely to the tikanga conversation that's gone on, and I guess the thing that the panel can take some comfort in is that they're like Kaitahu have invested over time in developing these methodologies that are, they've gone through a long gestation to get to a point where they're sort of endorsed and can be relied upon as an expression of cultural expertise, if you like, and then applied.
There's Mataraki sort of concept.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so then in that way, I would say that there is enough in Kaitahu practice, and that comes from being so far along post-settlement, that this investment has been enabled. That it's not going to be mysterious to those in a process. It'll be visible. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, not too much from me. One thing I just did want to touch on in your evidence at paragraph 18, where you talk about long consent durations. It's something that hasn't really been picked up too much in the 42A report. Is that something that you'd still like to see strengthened in the RMIA section? I suppose that when I read that, I sort of, part of me was thinking, was it something that needs to be addressed through the district and regional plans, given the consents are issued under those plans? And this is a high level document.
Yeah.
Has your thinking evolved since you prepared your evidence on that?
So probably the first thing I would say is that I think possibly that paragraph could have been edited out in general, because it's really relating to the long consent durations associated with water permits and the freshwater instrument. Because I do think that the RPS could have something to say about it, is I guess what I would say. But it's probably satisfied that it doesn't need any further exploration in this hearing. Yeah, that's probably the short answer.
think that's all from me. It's, the other matters have been covered off.
I listened to your exchanges with, or not your exchanges, sorry, those points you were making in particular about tikaka and tikaka, and you were emphasising of place, and that we could have confidence that we should rely just on the word tikaka on its own because of the connotation of place. But, and I'm not sure whether you've got the RPS with you, have you at all or not?
Well, I kept pulling it up on here, and it was a blurry, you know, it had part of the PDF was blurry, so.
There's not many lines involved.
All right, well, yeah.
If you look at pages 61 to 62 in the discussion, it's in the present time under the head at the bottom of the foot of page 61, last few lines, and top of page 62. And I, at the moment, can't see a reference to the connotation of place. So is it a situation where you would be advocating if that's something that we should be considering?
So I'm on 62, looking at the version that was attached with section 42. A little bit further down here. Oh, okay. Here we go. Take out and colour.
So just take a minute or so, and just, it's only six or eight lines long.
Yeah.
Just read that through.
Yep.
Now I can't, unless I'm overlooking something, see anything relating to the concept of place.
So I think you are overlooking the people belong to the land and have a responsibility to manage the land. So that's the connection to place, and it's
Right.
so.
But the phraseology that you're using of place, is that something that you would advocate we should be inserting?
I guess I think it's inherent. It's sort of inherent in all of the kōrero that you've heard. Each time one of the cultural experts has come to speak to you, they've been very, very clear about where they're from and why they've got mandate to speak about a particular place. And each time they've done that, they've been really, really clear that it's the whakapapa connection to that place that enables them to stand.
Use the phraseology to enough.
Well, yeah, that's right. And it is
either that phrase or a phrase like, if we would use an English phrase, the tikanga relating to a particular place. Is that something that you're advocating that we should insert?
I think it's a little bit different. It's that the people of the place are exercising their tikaka, and that's why it's of the place, because they are of the place, and it's their tikaka associated with
I
place.
wonder if
Do you
I might
understand?
add something that might help for that, because, sorry, I think, and what Maria is saying is that that's right. The tikaka relates to the people of that place, but the tikaka itself is actually about the way things are done, which actually relates to activities and practices. So I think just sort of
But I would
having a specific link to saying it's tikaka about place here, I think would be too narrow, because tikaka is used in this RPS not only in respect to the question of papakainga and use of Māori land, but also in respect to things like the considerations for integrated management in terms of fresh water and other things like that. And in a situation like that, then it is just to sort of say, you know, this links to a specific place is probably too narrow, because it's going to relate to practices over a broader area.
The main point is that when I was originally talking about that, it was differentiating between tikaka, tahu, if you like, in tikaka Māori more broadly. And so, yeah, that was the genesis of that kōrero, which was that we know and understand that because we are here, the tikaka we're talking about and the kawa we're talking about is from the people of this place, Kaitahu. And then why I say, and then you come down to the the practices associated with each runanga has its ways of doing things, and that kawa. So you've got tikaka and kawa there, and these are the ways of doing things that are they're specific for Kaitahu, but they'll also be specific to Kaitahu Kia Tākau. And there'll be kawa that might be more Papatipu specific, but that's kind of not, you don't need, as Sandra was saying, you don't need the reference to place. It's kind of inherent.
And earlier you had suggested that the word Māori could be dropped.
Yeah, I think that would be right.
Does that not in itself inherently reduce it to tikanga of place rather than the broader concept?
Yeah, I think it does. It's because you're reading the word tikaka in the context of Otago, and as Sandra said, you've got lots of other references in the plan to guide you as to whose tikaka you're referring to. Because the tikaka and kawa section here is sitting under the Kaitahu. Yeah, so this whole kōrero began with that. Is it broad tikaka or is it Kaitahu tikaka? And I think it's pretty clear that it's Kaitahu tikaka, which is it's this place that we are, and it's these people in this place. So that's kind of dealt with. It's dealt with in this section. Thank you for identifying it. And yeah, I do think that potentially don't need Māori there. If you're concerned about whether it's a broad application or a Kaitahu application, that was my main reason for saying it. Yeah.
Well, I was certainly wanting to give you the opportunity of explaining to us the differences between the two, and whether they're clarified or not, we'll have to find out when we have the discussion. So at least you got that opportunity. Look, that was the only major issue that I wanted to explore with you. So thank you very much.
And lucky last but not least, Ms. Stevens.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Tanya Stevens aho. So lovely to see you all here today in person, in real life. And obviously you've heard from everyone else already, I'm last up. So I want to note that I support the kōrero and do just want to highlight a few points at this stage. Obviously the witnesses that you've heard of have discussed various components of the settlements as they relate to Ngāi Tahu. And to that end, I want to highlight that the settlements are multifaceted and consist of component parts that make up a greater whole. The Deed of Settlement and Ngāi Tahu Claims Settlement Act, they don't sit in isolation and are part of a wider settlement platform. And as you're aware, that is relevant to these proceedings in the sense that we've already talked about the Fisheries Act and the Agriculture Claims Settlement Act as well. In the same way that the witnesses have talked about the need for integrated management, the settlements also need to be considered as part of an integrated management approach now and also in the future. And Mr. Flack and Mr. Higgins in particular have already spoken about the effects that they have witnessed in the coastal environment arising from terrestrial activities, and in turn the effect that that has had on fisheries settlement, both the commercial parts of the settlement and customary parts of the settlement as well. with specific reference to the aquaculture settlement. As I've noted in my evidence, Sanford have applied for aquaculture space in Otago, and that has given rise to the need for a regional agreement between the Crown and Ngāi Tahu under the Māori Commercial Aquaculture Claims Settlement Act. The Aquaculture Settlement Act, which I'll call it, requires 20% equivalent in space or cash to be provided to Ngāi Tahu. Whether space or cash is taken by Ngāi Tahu in Otago is yet to be determined. It will be subject to analysis of what space is available and what space is appropriate for aquaculture. If space is preferred by Ngāi Tahu, the analysis undertaken by Ministry for Primary Industries in conjunction with Ngāi Tahu is quite extensive, looks at various parts of the environment like water quality and suitability for aquaculture. Te Runanga submissions have sought better integration between the Māori Commercial Aquaculture Claims Settlement Act and the proposed regional policy statement. And the submissions are about ensuring that Papatapu Runanga and Ngāi Tahu have the opportunity in the future, if they wish to do so, to progress aquaculture development in aquaculture settlement space, if that is what comes through the agreements. Key to realising the use of space gazetted through regional agreements is the ability to secure resource consent, because you still require resource consent under the Regional Coastal Plan. In light of the extensive nature of assessments that are undertaken in determining space, and also because it is an outcome of settlement, I think that it's appropriate for the regional policy statement to anticipate resource consent applications in settlement areas and to provide for and enable iwi or Ngāi Tahu to realise the outcomes of aquaculture settlement through appropriate consenting pathways. The one remaining submission on the aquaculture settlement in the Mana Whenua chapter relates to amendments to MWM5. And that really comes from a place where I don't think Ngāi Tahu should be starting from scratch when looking at resource consents for aquaculture and settlement space. Mr. Adams has already confirmed that he's in support of the amendments sought to that particular provision. Mr. Crosby, just to ensure that I've responded to your point yesterday, yes, cash or space can be taken through the regional agreement, and that process is at really very early stages. So we don't yet know which direction that will go in. And it's for that reason that I think the option should remain open for Ngāi Tahu. If the choice is made to take space, that it would be a viable prospect through the RPS and then in turn cascading to the Regional Coastal Plan. And where that is coming from is we have Ngāi Tahu has aquaculture space under the Canterbury Agreement, and that space is located in a harbour which under the Regional Coastal Plan says that any new marine farms are a non-complying activity, which is quite at the
Harbour.
Yes, oh no, sorry, it's Akaroa. The plan is very old and it was anticipated that it would have been reviewed by the time the space was progressed, but that just hasn't happened. So as a result, the plan requires a non-complying activity consent, which of course, as you know, indicates that the plan isn't anticipating aquaculture development in that area, which is obviously at odds with the purpose of the Aquaculture Settlement Act. So I'm looking to ensure that we don't have a similar problem here. I hope that helps to explain some of the reasoning behind that. Of course, I'm happy to remain for any questions.
Thank you.
Well, a couple of issues, but one of the issues that hasn't received a lot of hearing in this, I had a lot of hearing in this hearing, Tōpuni and Nohoanga sites. They're there, but no one's really sort of talked that And I'd be interested just to explore a bit more on both of those issues, Tōpuni and Nohoanga sites, in the context of both how they've developed, I suppose. I mean, how they came into existence and now they're part of the fabric that makes up the sort of Ngāi Tahu direction, but also how the RPS is handled, and from your point of view, as a planner with a sort of legal background, I suppose. I'm assuming you've got some sort of legal background.
No, I'm a planner.
Look, just
And a musician. It's more important.
okay. Well, you can do it to music if you like. Yeah. So just talk to me about the Tōpuni and the Nohoanga issue.
Thank you. I think, and firstly, I'll just note if there's anything in the local context that you want to add, go for gold. But from my experience in planning documents, including the RPS, it's about more than listing in a plan or a policy statement that those mechanisms exist. And it's about doing something active about them. And in terms of Nohoanga, and there have been examples, Nohoanga are temporary sites where whānau can go, they can book them out and they go and camp and mahinga kai sites. We have had examples where pipes and other forms of infrastructure have been placed on Nohoanga or have been placed near Nohoanga and have affected the quality of the environment and really the underlying purpose of why they're there. Excuse me. So in terms of an RPS, it probably comes down more to the regional plans and the district plans in terms of having that awareness of those locations. And when something comes up, thinking about what are the effects going to be on those sites and what will that mean in practice? And I think that's really how those sites can be actively provided for. If you want to add anything, Sandra?
I might just add a little bit, like, just about where those statutory mechanisms sit in the broader, in terms of what I have learned through my role in terms of the aspirations of Tautahi Ki Otago. And it relates to the statutory acknowledgements as well. And it probably would have been useful to ask Edward Allison these questions, but certainly my understanding is that all of those mechanisms in the Ngāi Tahu Claims Settlement Act were included in a context and a framework where there was at the time pretty well no recognition of Kaitahu values in district and regional plans, and that they were put into that their role in that act was actually to create a way in, a trigger for involvement of Kaitahu in the resource consent processes and in terms of pōpuni, in terms of the Department of Conservation processes, in respect to some areas which have been identified as important. In terms of Nohoanga, that's sort of an acknowledgement of the loss and degradation of mahinga kai that there has been, and again, this is a way back in. The aspiration of Kaitahu, as I understand it, is to go further, to go beyond the recognition of just these particular mechanisms that are in the Settlement Act. So they have a clear aspiration that, these must be recognised, but they are the starting point. So the approach that has been taken, both in terms of the submission of this regional policy statement and also in terms of regional and district plan processes is that rather than just relying on recognition of those places, that the focus should be on ensuring that the values of Wāhi Tūpuna more broadly are recognised and provided for, that the needs and aspirations in terms of access to mahinga kai and the needs to ensure that mahinga kai values are sustained over time are integrated more broadly throughout all of the plans. So these are, and I mean, these recognise some important places, but it is Edward and others have been very clear with us that these are not all the important places, and that we need to be focusing on more broadly providing for those Wāhi Tūpuna and mahinga kai values.
Yeah, I'd love to
Oh, sorry.
talk of that, Sandra. So I know that Mātahu ki Murihiku, in talking about nohoanga, for instance, are not limiting their aspirations to those nohoanga that are in settlement, or that or limiting themselves to what was able to be offered by the Crown at the time. So, and obviously nohoanga existed in abundance in the past, and so just support basically what you said, Sandra, that it's the way in which nohoanga in particular might manifest, in this coming generation, will be an add-on, in addition, and associated with restoration activities, in connection with land, reconnection with land.
So you're not really asking for anything in the low order documents to the existing ones at the moment?
I think the Wāhi Tūpuna assessments would identify mahinga kai sites and places where you want to be.
What I probably should have asked around that was when Brendan talked about, but he referred to it as a reserve, and it may have been, maybe it's in the middle of nowhere with no access.
The fishing,
Back to me after.
the fishing reserve that what has happened is in some cases, and well, I can't absolutely swear that this was the particular case, in the case that Brendan was speaking about. My what has happened in terms of a number of places is when the areas that were reserved from sale at the time of the land purchases included some fishing reserves which were intended to support and sustain mahinga kai. What has happened since then is that because of all the modifications that there have been of watercourses, including land drainage, including channelization and straightening, including flood management and rerouting that's happened from that, is that some of the areas which were initially identified as fishing reserves have actually become separated from the waterway to which they were initially attached. And a clear example of that is one that that Edward Allison often refers to, is that there's a fishing reserve associated with Lake Tatawai in the lower Taieri Plain, and Lake Tatawai was drained. The fishing reserve remains, the lake has disappeared. So there are a number of instances of that across Otago, and that is what I understand that Mr. Flack was talking about there. So it's not one of the nohoanga in the settlement, it's one of those older existing reserves.
But it reinforces what you're saying about
Yes.
the recognition of
Yes,
the use of those reserves
yes.
to be used.
Right, another point, or
No, I thought it through. No, I think we've got enough. Yeah, I was going to bring some ways in which we've been talking about, supporting nohoanga establishment, but I think that in terms of this RPS, the guts of it is the between what's been asked for in relation to climate and utilisation of Māori lands and Waihi tūpuna assessments, those elements of what's been asked for could potentially deliver not what they're in the modern environment, and that's kind of it allows that the reconnection and kind of the new future for this generation, right?
And that's why I refer to settlement as being a platform, because
that's
for
right.
Noponga and Tōpuni, if you look at a Tōpuni, actually follow the legal lines of the extent, it goes like that, because it's following land parcels, which is clearly a necessity at the time. That's what happened to get it, the mechanism through. But the point and the purpose has since been built on and carried through since settlement. And settlement was the starting point.
Because of course, it's a very minor legal point, but the Crown can't grant settlement redress over private land. So Tōpuni and Noponga were limited to areas of Crown parcels.
Well, perhaps I will add because the example I had in my head was, because of that very point that Aidan made, it had to be Crown land that the Crown was negotiating with. But, it may be possible that through relationships with local authority lands could become part of the picture, or other lands become part of the picture. Yeah, it's a really important point that Aidan just made.
I'll just change tack a wee bit here, and this is not meant to be a pun. I want to talk about climate change. The tahu o te whāriki strategy. Is there anything, I haven't seen the strategy, haven't read it, I'm aware that it exists. But is there anything in that we ought to be aware of? Anything you want to highlight in that strategy that might help us on the side of the table?
Well, out of respect, Ms. Bartlett, you had a role in drafting that. Do you want to start?
So without looking at a copy of it, but I could pull it up, all the kōrero that you've been hearing around the sea level rise and erosion affecting kaitahu lands was a big kōrero during the development of the strategy, and ensuring that local authority mechanisms were flexible enough to enable relocation where, I'm thinking of examples down south, but you've got examples up here very clearly set out for you. And you've also had the example of the urupa at Moraki. And so you've got to have places, meaningful places for whānau to establish, a site for kōiwi, where urupara, that was a kōrero that was happening during the development of the strategy. But the point of it is that the mechanisms need to be flexible enough to not fix kaitahu in place in a way that's ultimately going to be detrimental, and is just a historical artifact that they're fixed to those places at present.
Okay, and my next question is, I've got my own note here saying, find out a bit more about this before the hearing. And that's the Te Kaunga Paparangi, is it, or Paparangi?
Is that the action plan?
So yes, that is the action plan. It's in what you would understand.
The action plan is an action, and within the Office of Te Rūnanga, it has become part of our everyday practice. It's obviously something that takes a while to implement, but I think the action plan part of that is acknowledging that it's a combination of little decisions, little actions and bigger actions that add up to a greater whole in terms of implementing the overarching strategy. So it's very much a live action plan and document.
Thanks very much.
I can add one, if I may,
Yeah.
sorry, one more, because there's so much. The strategy covers like the entirety of all the PO that that Kaitaka are involved in, but there is a matter that's going to come up later in the hearing, and that's the interaction between salmonids and Indigenous species, and the sort of thinking about the future for Indigenous species and the climate change, with an awareness of climate change. That was also a big kōrero during the development of the strategy, and I know that whānau down south are investing in a project all about fish for futures to inform.
I think it's also important to note that whilst it's a strategy and an action plan that sits on the Te Reo Ngāi Tahu website or is over, administered by Te Reo, the desire for it has come from Papatipu Runanga, and so it goes both ways. It's something that Papatipu have been asking for, and so it's the embodiment of that. And yeah, the whole time I've been working for Te Reo, Papatipu Runanga have always been looking for ways to address climate change, to operate in a manner that's sustainable, and those two documents are all part of that broader objective.
Are you able to get hold of those?
They're publicly available. I can provide the links.
Oh, you've got one of the links in my evidence at the it's one of the footnotes at the top of my evidence, alongside the mana whakahono, but that's the strategy as opposed to the action plan that Tanya was referring to.
It shows how inadequate I am. Thanks, kia ora. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't really have a lot of questions for you, Tanya. Well, no questions already. I think your the aquaculture settlement changes you promoted, and Ron will probably talk about that. I think that's an improvement in terms of getting over that space allocation issue. All I'd say about this is it's kind of, you want to avoid the Silna situation where you handed something back, but then on that hand, what's happened in Canterbury, it's like, well, no, you can't do it now. But anyway, I'll pass on those two.
Yeah, you've got it. That's exactly right.
Yeah, no questions from me, but I'd just like to acknowledge your evidence and also the work you've done in the co-drafting with the ORC planners. I think it's unusual in a situation like that, to have such wide agreement on so many things, and I think that's a real credit to yourselves and the ORC planners who co-drafted this. So certainly makes our job a lot easier.
That's brilliant. And that co-drafting was to be led by Pokaha and Te Marama.
Just a few questions if I can. The first is to refresh my memory. It's been 20 years or close to it since I looked at that agriculture settlement legislation. You've obviously looked at it much more recently than I had. But is there a time limit in terms of the regional agreement having to be entered into once a trigger event like the Sanford's application occurs?
There is a time limit, and I can't remember what it is because it's been extended a couple of times. So yes, there's a time limit, but it's been extended while NPI gather together the information that they need.
Right.
But I can come back on double check that if you like.
No, I need to check that myself, so I'll do that. But just for the discussion today, I wanted to know if there was a time limit. And the corollary with that was going to be to ask you when the Sanford's application was made and in relation to what area. It doesn't matter.
I think the first conversations I'm aware of from Sanford were shortly before I started working for OCAR, which would have been about 2.5, 3 years ago. But it's been a sort of a slow process, as I understand it.
I think they've been asked for more information, haven't they?
And have they proposed, filed an application or?
My understanding is that they have
I mean, maybe, I wonder, we can probably get some information about that and bring it back to you,
Thank you, yes.
check with the people.
Yeah,
that
and look,
okay.
if that comes out through the coastal environment section of the submissions, that's fine.
So if we make sure that Mr. Bathgate brings that back as part of the coastal environment.
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Yeah, I suppose the other knotted question, and again, it's probably something that Mr. Bathgate can come back to us on, is just have NITO themselves been looking at locations or methods of offshore aquaculture that might be appropriate for them to take up their 20% entitlement?
Not specifically in Otago. It's no secret. Ngāi Seafood have applied in Southland for an application for offshore aquaculture called Hananui, and that application has been accepted to go through the fast track process. Hasn't quite kicked off yet in that process, but that is certainly an offshore salmon farm, and it will be an opportunity for Ngāi to have a good look at what's possible. So it's a start.
Yep. Just looking at the wording and paragraph 63, 64 of your evidence, I think addresses it. But I was intrigued that it's only the enabling of this, or the suggestion that there be enabling of it is only referred to in a method. Is it? Was it something that you contemplated suggesting it should be as a policy or not?
Yeah, I have been. There are other components to the submission, some of which fall into the coastal environment chapter.
All right.
And so there is a more rounded approach to the submission, and it does include, I'll just put it right here. Thank you.
This is.
Oh, that's the method.
policies. No, that's the policy. That's.
Oh, yeah, that's the policy.
So which policy?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm getting my eye on that. So NWP2,
CD,
treaty
sorry.
principles,
Oh, no, it's an NWP as well.
clause 8, capital A.
Right. Okay.
And as I say, that also flows through to the, again, no pun intended, to the coastal environment chapter.
Right. So it's a suggestion. It is 8A. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So we've got that one using the wording of recognising and providing. We then had your suggestion for MW5 as set aside areas, and then you then come up with a suggestion that has a bit of an amalgam of both provide and enable. My worry was that the plainly should enable, it were directed to be an enabling in terms of the regional policy statement. So I like your reasoning about that. But just have a difficulty with providing or recognising, because it appears to place or potentially place a burden on the regional council trying to work out where are the appropriate places. In other words, it almost implies that they've got to develop the expertise of aquaculture and try to work out practicability, not only practicability, but also ecological suitability and environmental suitability. And I know that when Tasman did their exercise up north, it just created mayhem, created years of litigation, created a government moratorium through legislation to try and give breathing space to actually allow all the competing parties to try and work out where the appropriate places were. And that in turn engendered the Māori claims, and which led to the settlement legislation. So it would seem, but also there's a complication that arises out of the settlement legislation, because as you say, you've got to have a resource consent.
So it doesn't seem appropriate to me to have the decision-making body about the resource consent providing for appropriate places of land. As from that technical legal viewpoint either. So the stage that I've got to is thinking that your suggestions and your rationale behind the use of the word enable is good. That's what we should be looking for. We should be looking for it in policy as well as method. And thank you for that reference. And but I think that's probably as far as we can safely go, isn't it? Because Ngāi themselves haven't worked out practicability, the ecological or the environmental situation. No other applicant other than Sanford's has. And you're not really suggesting, are you, that it's the regional council's task to do that? Right.
What I'm looking to say is that I think it needs to be more than recognise as a starting point, because recognise means that you say, yes, there's a Settlement Act, that's great. But it needs to go further and anticipate that there could be consents coming through for agriculture space. And at the same time, I'm very conscious of the amount of work that does take place before those spaces are identified. And that process has improved over the past 10 years or so. And the information that goes with those sites is now quite detailed. So I wasn't thinking about that burden or potential burden on the council in terms of determining those areas because of the extent of work that goes on behind the scenes to come to the regional agreement, come to an agreement on space, if that's what is taken. So whether or not it's recognise and enable or recognise and provide for, as long as if Ngāi Tahu takes space, the RPS directs the regional coastal plan to anticipate that there will be space, then that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Okay. Those were the questions that I had. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That completes the presentation of Kaitahi's evidence on these changes.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron, and thank you to all of the technical witnesses for Ngāi Tahu. I've already expressed our thanks to the cultural witnesses, and it's been a very informative and interesting presentation. So thank you very much. Now, the next select round, still council. Afternoon, Mr. Garbutt.
Yes, kia ora koutou. Michael Garbutt is my name. I'm councillor for Dunedin City Council. Sitting with me is Mr. Paul Freeland, planner for Dunedin City Council. And we have available online Mr. Brent's planner, also for Dunedin City Council. Thank you. I've handed up a brief outline of what I want to submit to you on behalf of my client, Dunedin City Council.
And I say to you that it's delightful to receive a set of submissions that's concise.
Yeah. Yes, I thought you might appreciate that.
We can walk on. Just joking.
I'll try and deliver the short version, Mr. Cubitt.
I was just having.
Thank you. I expect nothing less. So these submissions briefly raise a couple of legal issues in support of the evidence that you've had pre-circulated by the planners on behalf of Dunedin City Council. The submission by the DCC is wide-ranging and touches on many of the issues that it faces out of territorial authority under the RNA. The role of DCC is both to develop, monitor and implement a district plan in the city of Dunedin, as well as being a significant infrastructure provider for the residents of Dunedin City. In terms of the district plan, obviously this must give effect to the RPS under section 75 of the Act. DCC has also just about completed development of its second generation district plan, which remains subject only to a handful of site-specific appeals to be resolved in the Environment Court. This is a contemporary district plan, and DCC views the RPS obviously in part as a result of its experience resolving many of the appeals it has through its 2GP presently. This makes it critically important for the RPS to integrate appropriately and set appropriate policy for DCC to then give effect to. DCC considers that the RPS is the time to resolve any such policy tensions and set appropriate direction that can properly be implemented by it via the district plan. One of the key legal issues that the planning team has raised in relation to the RPS is in relation to the issue of a void, and this is consistent through the DCC submission, and it is raised for the first time in the mana whenua section, so that's why I'm here today, but it's not of direct or critical importance in the mana whenua section. It's more of importance to DCC later in relation to infrastructure and urban development, where the void policies come into play. But it is raised in the mana whenua section in policy 4. So I'll address you from the legal perspective on it now, but this issue permeates through other evidence that the planning team will provide on subsequent chapters. So one of the consistent and overarching themes raised by DCC that affect multiple chapters of the RPS is the use of the phrase avoid. This arises initially in the mana whenua chapter, but others. The RPS has deliberately used the word avoid in many places, or in places variations on it, such as avoid as a first priority. The word avoid has been considered in the context section 5 and the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement by the Supreme Court. And the meaning that the Supreme Court has attributed to this in the EDS litigation is not allow or prevent the occurrence of. So I say that where the RPS has adopted avoid as a policy setting, this term will be interpreted and applied with the same meaning. That is, something to be avoided is not to be allowed or to prevent the occurrence of. So I submit that this does foreclose that activity, or whatever it is to be avoided is foreclosed from occurring, potentially in all circumstances. And in my submission, it's a very strong and inflexible directive. The avoid language therefore needs to be tested for its suitability in its various contexts to ensure that this is the intended and deliberate meaning given its significance. Avoid as a first priority in my submission does not seem to temper the avoid directive. And why I say that is because as a first priority, any activity can be prohibited or refused as the first priority. You never reach the second priority because the first priority can always be achieved by either refusal or prohibiting something if that is in fact the first priority. So the planners for the DCC have identified in their evidence parts of the RPS where this issue arises in a manner that is of direct relevance to DCC, its functions, and recommendations are made where it's considered appropriate. It's noted that this current meaning of avoid, as I've outlined from the Supreme Court, may in fact further be refined or altered in the pending decision of the Supreme Court in the Port Otago case that you were referred to yesterday. The decision's not yet out, but that may well influence the meaning. If such a decision is issued during the course of this hearing, the proposal that Mr. Logan made yesterday that further legal submissions and potentially evidence limited to the implications arising from that decision is supported by Dunedin City Council. DCC as an entity otherwise supports the recommendations made to you by its planning witnesses in the context of the RPS. And there are 4 witnesses who have pre-circulated expert evidence I know you will have read or have available to you. Those witnesses have asked for time to come along to simply outline their key points and mostly to make themselves available for questioning by you and to explain themselves as you see fit. There's one other legal issue that was raised with Mr. Logan yesterday I wanted to briefly touch on because it affects interests of my client. And I think, Mr. Chair, you raised the question for Mr. Logan about whether the RPS can direct territorial authorities to allocate funding, and it has potential implications for other issues that is addressed in the DCC submission, such as dictating timeframes by which certain activities must occur. And my submission on that issue is that you must be reminded that the regional policy statement is an RMA document. The RMA specifies in statute when the RPS is engaged by territorial authorities, and in my submission that's the district plans must give effect to it under section 75, and also when processing a resource consent, decision makers must have regard to the RPS under section 104. The RPS itself, in my submission, does not nor cannot extend to require territorial authorities to implement it in all manner of other ways, such as allocating funding which is subject to political decision under other statutes such as the Local Government Act, where there are specific consultation procedures, obligations to consider submissions from the public with an open mind, and so on. So I do submit to you that to the extent that the RPS directs content of district plans, that's absolutely its function, but to the extent it directs territorial authorities to complete other tasks by timeframes or provide mandatory funding is probably a step too far in my submission from a legal point of view. You can certainly encourage those things, no qualms about that, but to make those mandatory in my submission does cut across other statutory functions and decision making of territorial authorities. So that in short is the legal issue that arises in these chapters that I wanted to address you on. So thank you for listening. Happy to answer your questions.
Yes, I'm intrigued by your approach in paragraphs 10 and 11, because I've certainly noticed in a number of places in the RPS that there's often a bit of a hierarchy of avoid as the first priority, or then avoid, remedy, or mitigate. And so the submission that you make here about avoid as the first priority, do you make that same submission in respect to that phrase, avoid, remedy, or mitigate?
Not necessarily avoid, remedy, or mitigate. That's a cascade in my thinking, and each of those are available. And while there might be an expectation that you look to avoid, and if you can, you should do so, but if it's impractical or you can't avoid, you should look to remedy. And again, if you cannot, you should look to mitigate. Those are all valid options. I see a distinction between the avoid, remedy, and mitigate, as a phrase in the Act, and avoid as a first priority. Because if you're directed to prioritise achieving something, presumably, if you can do so, you should. And if a decision maker on a resource consent is directed to prioritise avoiding an effect, they can simply do so by refusing the application, and that's achieving the priority. And to my way of thinking, that's perfectly achievable by a decision maker without giving them necessary discretion to go on to consider whether that's even appropriate or suitable in that particular circumstance. So I think it elevates the directive to achieving avoidance.
Despite the fact that it's usually in that context of a hierarchy. In other words, the very next clause almost inevitably will be avoid, remedy, or mitigate.
Well, it depends on the context. If it's straight avoid as a priority, I think what I've said to you, I stand by. If it's avoid as a priority, but if avoidance is impractical or not practicable, then you go on to look at remediation. That's a more subtle use of language that engages that second option as a viable, appropriate solution. But if a decision maker is confronted with avoid as a priority, and if regardless of the consequences you can't achieve that, only then you go on, well, of course, I say to you, well, you can avoid, and you can do that simply by refusing despite the consequences.
Just going back to the, or going on down to the oral submission you made about resourcing or imposition, mandatory imposition of resourcing or timeframes. I follow your arguments in terms of the resourcing. What do you say in terms of the timeframes? What's the barrier about specifying timeframes?
Yes, so I suppose the barrier, I start, as I said to you, that the Resource Management Act says when a territorial authority must engage with the RPS, and the district plan itself must give effect to the RPS. Territorial authorities, in preparing a district plan, if we use that as an example, and the RPS, I think, dictates that the Dunedin City Council must by 2030 notify its next district plan, and that's an issue that has been submitted on by my client. The territorial authority has a number of competing interests, some of which are funding, others are staffing, and others are statutory duties. And I would submit to you that by the RPS specifying that a district plan must be notified in that way, it goes beyond giving effect, or the district plan content giving effect to the RPS, because it's engaging with a range of other decision-making functions of the territorial authority, such as allocation of funds, staff, priorities, and the like. I submit that's going beyond the content of the provisions giving effect to the objectives and policies of the RPS.
Thank you. Maybe questions from other panel members.
Yeah, just on your voice, I do have to say it's rather ironic from Dunedin City giving your district plan, but I won't go there.
Thank you.
And it was just in the top of page 2, page 3, Michael was just in potentially all circumstances. I was kind of wondering what you're meaning there, because my recollection of King Salmon, and stand to be corrected, but in that avoid context, I recall in relation to what they're considering in terms of the avoid policies and the preservation element of the section 6 matters I'm considering. From memory, I thought they said that minor or transitory adverse effects actually still gave effect to meeting an avoid policy, something like that. I can't remember the exact word, but you could have minor adverse effects and still meet the avoid policy.
And it depends how it's drafted. If it was in that context, avoid effects on areas of significance or significant natural areas.
So that's what you're saying. That's what I was trying to get to, the potentially all circumstances.
Yeah. I mean, if the policy in the coastal policy statement there was avoid effects on significant natural areas or the significant coastal environment, I think it was. And then so there's a debate as to, well, a minor or transitory activity may not affect the significant natural area or the significant environment. So that can be a valid debate.
So it's all about context.
It is, because if if the RPS says, in terms of, let's take an example that we're going to come to on another day, whether infrastructure can avoid adverse effects on the environment, or if it said that, without any caveats or levels of significance, then it is at all costs. So it does depend on the use of the word avoid and what follows it. Like, is it avoid significant effects, or is it avoid effects on significant natural areas, or avoid effects on matters of national importance? There are riders in there. So all I'm saying is, in isolation, it is an inflexible word. Its context is critically important, and as you go through this, you should bear that in mind and test that. And we'll raise things where we say it's inappropriately used.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more questions for you, Mr. Garvey.
Thank you very much. We'd like to move to Mr. Frentz, if we can, please. Hopefully he's available on Zoom.
Good afternoon.
And I have
yes, if it's all right with the commissioners, I'll commence. Kia ora, commissioners. I'll start with my pepi because this is the first time that I've appeared in a Dunedin forum. So tēnā koutou whānau, ngā mihi ki te iwi o Kaitahu, ia koutou tēnei te mihi maioha ia koutou. E hoa, aho i te Māori, engari, no tēnā maka, te tipuna, ko whakamarama o toi moana te kāinga, ko te rangatua nihi te manga, ko te puna te awa. Kei te maharangi te manga me te awa hoki aho. Ko European toko whānau, toko iwi, they're not all my whānau. Ko Frentz toko whānau, ko Keith toko inoa. No reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. That briefly, it's my offering my respects to Kaitahu, the iwi. I acknowledge that I am not Maori. I am from, my ancestors are from Denmark, but I was born and raised in the Bay of Plenty. And this is where I am currently based in Tauranga. My full name, I have provided you with a summary statement of evidence that if it's okay with you, I will read for you, because I understand it if you haven't had a chance to read it today. It was only presented this morning. So my full name is Keith Frentz. My qualifications and experience are set out in my primary brief of evidence dated 23rd November 2022. A code of conduct, I confirm I've read the Environment Court's Code of Conduct, and I confirm that the issues addressed in this summary statement are within my area of expertise. I have not omitted to consider material facts known to me that might alter or detract from the opinions expressed. The scope of my statement: in relation to today's hearing session on mana whenua and resource management issues of significance to iwi authorities in the region, I stated in my evidence, primary evidence at paragraph 4.1, subparagraph 3, clause D, that I would address those submissions on the mana whenua section, and by inference also the resource management issues of significance section. So in completing my evidence, I found I actually had little to add to the matters discussed and recommendations in the section 42A reports and supplementary evidence, and I generally remain neutral on the outcome in relation to these matters, primarily because, as I've said, I'm not Maori, I'm not local, I'm not iwi of Kaitahu, so it is for them to present their evidence in this matter. There are peripheral matters, however. There are 3 areas in my evidence where it may be considered that I touch on mana whenua values. And these are in the architecture of the proposed regional policy statement, proposed policy, air policy 4, and proposed policy, integrated management policy 8. With regards to the architecture of the proposed RPS, and with regard to mana whenua and resource management issues, in my opinion, there is opportunity within the RPS to provide a helpful roadmap, similar to that I've provided in my section 5. If this was done, a concern I have about the integrated use of the RPS would be resolved, as there would be cross-referencing provided that would integrate the mana whenua and resource management issues of significance matters with the other objectives and policies in the RPS. With regards to proposed policy Air P4, in my paragraph 6.8, I state that it is my opinion that Air P4 should be deleted, as it may potentially conflict with the provisions of the National Environment Standard for Air Quality. In my opinion, the kaitiaki values of mana whenua are maintained through the other proposed air policies, and deleting this proposed policy would not, in my view, adversely affect mana whenua. Whereas having the proposed policy duplicates the requirements of the National Environment Statement with the inherent risk of conflict and confusion. Proposed policy, Integrated Management Policy 8, DCC submission 139.033 requested that Policy 8 is amended to recognise and provide for climate change processes and risks by identifying and considering climate change impacts in Otago. The Section 42A report accepts the submission in part and provides an amended version of the policy in response to this and other submissions. I confirm in my paragraph 920 that I acknowledge and support the proposed changes as they achieve the intent of the submission. That's the end of my brief statement. I'm welcome any questions that you may have.
So long as you can hear us. Can you hear us, Mr. Prince?
The commissioners are a bit quieter than Mr. Garbutt was. I will first try and not that one. I've turned my volume up if that might help.
That helps. Can you hear me now?
I can indeed. Thank you very much.
Right, well, Ron Crosby, I'm the chair of the hearing panel, and I don't have any particular questions to ask of you myself, but there may be other members of the panel with planning expertise who may in fact wish to raise some with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, Mr. Francis, your paragraph 6.1, and I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to there. It's around the definition of limits. And there was some discussion in the planning section 42A reports around limits and thresholds and stuff. And to my way of thinking, it got to a point where I can't remember what the actual outcome of that was, but there was in that discussion thresholds were also referred to. And to my way of thinking, thresholds are actually different to limits. And I didn't see where we got to with the threshold definition. But I was just wondering whether you had a comment on that.
That was 6.1 in my supplementary today.
Sorry, in your primary evidence.
My primary evidence. I will just find that and see if I can drag my mind back to it. I'd say that I would agree with you and that limits are perhaps more absolute than thresholds, and that those changes, as I recall, were, I guess, met the national policy statement definitions, and in those cases were a better use of those words and terms. I'm actually quite a big fan of using the dictionary definitions of words, so that it's perhaps more use for the layperson. That's probably what I say. The language is important, and a plain English version of a word or phrase is preferred. I'm not sure if that was the question or whether I've answered it.
No, I just wanted to get a sense with, because it was discussed, both of those definitions were discussed together and they are quite different in my view, but I think you've clarified what you were talking about is the cross-referencing to those terms in national policy statements. So I think it still needs to be looked at
Yeah.
specific provisions of how each word is used.
Yes, and I think it starts with the higher order documents like national policy statements, and to a degree the RPS is a bit caught in the middle. It has to do what they're told to do, but anything underneath it has to do what it says, and they need to. This is why I support what Mr. Garbutt has said about the use of the word avoid. It has to be clear when it is used what it means.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Just one question from me, and I'm referring to the paragraph above the one which Mr. Cubitt was just referring to, 5.21, where you talk about, or where you recommend that the RPS as a whole is reviewed to remove all references in each chapter to matters addressed in other parts of the RPS. And I don't know if you've heard any of the evidence that we've received from Kaitahu, but there are a number of matters in the RMIA section that they're suggesting we cross-reference back to or refer back to, and we haven't necessarily got to those sections of the RPS yet, but to be able to give effect to some of the policies in the mana whenua section, and particularly there's been a lot of discussion yesterday and today about MWP4, which is sustainable use of native reserves and Māori land. The submissions that we've got before us are that it does, or the evidence is that there is going to need to be some cross-referencing to be able to give effect to that policy. In situations like that, I mean, you're suggesting that we use a user guide, but a user guide wouldn't actually have any weight. Do you have any comments on that?
I think I was probably trying to say that there's two ways of doing it, and the way that I'm most familiar with and therefore probably support by familiarity is the Bay of Plenty one, which I've included in my evidence as an example. It's not so much that it has weight, because the weight is given through other policies and objectives. It's a matter of finding your way around, and so that things don't get lost. An alternative I played with, if you like, was to actually take and it's not in my evidence, so it's not part of what I'm recommending ultimately, but I'll just show you or tell you how my brain worked. The alternative that I was looking at was actually taking the objectives and policies from the mana whenua section and leaving that as a narrative of the values and importance of Kaitahu to Otaku, and then placing that in part 3, which is where all your other objectives and policies are, and that would then provide a more direct relationship between having infrastructure policies and having the mana whenua policies that relate to infrastructure adjacent to each other. So there's certainly more than one way to skin this particular cat, and you could have cross-referencing at each policy or objective or section. As I said, the way that I've incorporated into my evidence has been one that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, no, that's noted, and I suspect our hands are a little bit tied by the national planning standards the risk.
It can be a burden, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. Those are all the questions from the panel.
Thank you very much. I believe I'll be seeing you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Paul Freeland. I'm just going to touch on a couple of relatively small matters. I first of all just want to acknowledge the evidence reviewed from witnesses today. I found it very interesting listening to the night witnesses and particularly Sandra McIntyre and the evidence. And I think as identified by the panel, the work done through the pre-hearing process and the involvement of the provisions of the regional council means that our contribution to the process is relatively light. On that basis, I'll move on. I provided evidence on the Mana Whenua section in paragraph 6 to 14 of my evidence that was principally related to the drafting of the NWP4 sustainable use of Maori land and the association definition of the Whenua Maori land. In my evidence, I recommended reconstituting capitals 1 to 3 of NWP4 unless the integrated management section directed RPS users to consider all relevant objectives and policies of the RPS. So I basically just put a placeholder there that in case the integrated management section or there was a rejig of how that was constructed, because it was a major discussion throughout the pre-hearing meeting about integrated management, cross-referencing, how regional policy statement users knew to read the whole policy statement in its entirety in considering each matter. So that was just a holder. I accept that the integrated management section of the proposed target regional policy statement intends to achieve this, but I still consider my recommendation to be valid as it goes to the interconnectedness of the RPS and need to consider it in its entirety. I think at worst, reconstituting the substances here would be a duplication of provisions. So this policy, the way it's written, is unlike the policies in other parts of the RPS and certainly not like the district plan policy. And most of my comments will be based upon a district plan perspective, but we wouldn't provide for the activity without some consideration of the effects from that activity within that policy directly without some cross-referencing. Second matter I touched upon, and this was because we didn't submit on the definition of the Whenua Maori land, but it was predicated on the definition that was provided at the time of notification. So just a bit of background, the Dunedin City Post-District Plan provides FICA by enabling this controlled activity on original native reserves, which is shown in the 2GP planning map. There's a definition there of Kapakaika, which I just won't read through, but you'll see that there are a number of situations where a person may qualify to use those provisions in the plan for a specified zone in our district. I raised concerns about the practical difficulties in managing Maori land that is not identified in the actual time of district plan preparation. And that was primarily around, and as you've heard, the definitions evolved through this process, but at one stage it was going to be any land owned by Tahu or one of their subsidiaries. And that in a traditional district planning zoning sense creates a problem because what use you can put that piece of land to could change purely by ownership at a particular point in time and without any identification of a specific area, how you can consider the effects of those activities is difficult. So that may have moved on. The supplementary evidence version of the Target Regional Policy Statement now has the new definition of Maori land. Out there. While I appreciate that this definition has evolved through the RPS process and it has been informed by the exposure draft National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, unless Maori land is mapped, then for natural justice reasons, it will be difficult for neighbours, communities and the general public to participate in the planning process to consider the effects of activities that may be proposed on Maori land. The proposed definition creates uncertainty as to when land will be considered to be Maori land. It seems to imply the plan rules linked to Maryland could change due to ownership changes rather than needing a Schedule 1 process to change maps of the rules as now is the case. Even if it was required that Schedule 1 be used to make mapping changes after ownership changes, this could create the need for frequent spot zoning changes to sites as Maryland as soon as land is offered back and accepted through the first right refusal process, and would require tracking of ownership changes again, such that the definition no longer applies. I note that Council from Waitahu referred to the definition of Maryland from Christchurch City District Plan. From a brief examination of that plan, I noted that the definition only applies within a discrete zone, which I presume may be the extent of native reserves in Christchurch. The proposed definition of Maryland may be appropriate within a defined spatial extent, where it applies to all or almost all or most sites. My preference is for the extent of Maryland to be mapped in the RPS so that it's clearly identified consideration for district plan preparation processes, and for natural justice reasons enable public consultation and consideration of the effects of activities proposed on Maryland. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I'm just slightly confused. You might need to lead me through it again, just a bit more slowly.
I think what I'm trying to say is that there's lack of clarity in the way that the proposed definition is set up and what the expectations are of a local authority in doing this plan change to give effect to it. And that at least at one point in the process, it appeared that land, purely because of the ownership or the tenure of that land, would be managed and treated in a different way from other land. And in the normal district plan sense, the traditional zoning approach, we identify land and enable certain activities to take place on that land. And I accept, and I think it's really valuable that Waitahu is setting out its values and its aspirations in the RPS. And I was gratified to hear Ms. McIntyre talk about the conversation with district plans and TLAs and doing plan changes. But at least it's clear that this definition doesn't apply automatically and change the use that land can be put to purely because of ownership at any point in time. It creates some doubt as to what impact it has on our district plan and our processes.
And so have you had problems in the past though with your district plan?
So our district plan, when people talk about evolution and a journey, and I think we have some provisions in our plan, which I alluded to about public liability housing and the approach that we take. That I don't think reflects the current aspirations of Waitahu, and it was okay at the time, but this is evolving, and this is even through the process of the RPS, from what was notified to what's turned up in the NPSIB in terms of definition of Maryland, and who knows where it's going to finally. This is an improvement, and I think we're okay with the definition if it was somehow tempered by some spatial extent from the get-go, if you like, at the current point in time.
There's a suggestion in what you're saying that this is all things that have happened in the past that may have led to what you're telling us now?
What I'm saying is that we don't have any definitions in our or any zonings in our plan which are related to tenure. They won't change as the tenure changes. We identify a zone or an area. We will manage certain activities and their effects. Now, in the current situation, we have a native reserves map, or original native reserves mapped area, the defined area. Within that area, we have a definition which enables various people under certain circumstances to take advantage of those provisions. It may be that that area which we've already defined is the same area that Waitahu aspire to having those activities. I don't know, because I don't know, for instance, where all the land owned by Waitahu is. Neither do the people of Dunedin and the people who might want to be involved in a plan change process discuss what the effects might be.
Yeah, so I might understand then that there are no papakainga in existence at the moment in Eden.
No, sorry, that's not what I'm saying, is we have papakainga provision, enabling provisions for papakainga in various, primarily in the original native preserve area. I'm not, for various reasons, and I think the witnesses that you've heard from, there's all sorts of reasons why those provisions haven't been used and why they may not be up to date with modern aspirations of Kaitahu. But they're there at the moment, and they've been through a public plan change process, regardless of what was in the RPS.
I mean, my next question was to ask you if you could give me some examples of how papakainga are being managed now in Eden City.
We provide for papakainga in a limited fashion in Dunedin. We have, as I say, the original native reserve areas.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah, and we provide for papakainga as a form of residential activity. So it doesn't have the full breadth of activities which is proposed through the RPS. And we acknowledge that, and we support those aspirations of Waitahu, and we're happy to have that conversation and talk of creating villages and the like. We're happy to have that conversation and make and achieve that if that's appropriate. To date, and I think this is the point to be made through this process, is there hasn't been a very clear expression of the desires and wants of Waitahu through the RPS, which can then be translated into zones and provisions.
And may well change now.
Right?
That may well change now.
Yes, that's right. And we look forward to that. We're happy, we're happy for expression of Waitahu values and the aspirations to be in the RPS, so we can have that conversation, change our district plan to achieve those.
So this definition now of Maori land here, how helpful is that to you?
That definition, the proposed definition of Maori land, it's helpful within a spatial extent. If we had an area where we wanted to enable only Maori to take advantage of certain things to meet their aspirations, whether a cultural connection or an ancestral connection to the land, that's helpful. But we wouldn't want to be in a situation where for every piece of land throughout Dunedin we were having to have a discussion about whether it's Maori land or not. I think it would be impracticable and also involve natural justice. I don't think that everyone could expect that purely because a piece of land got offered back to a first right of refusal process, that suddenly one site in a particular location suddenly became Maori land.
So that's the bit I'm struggling with at the moment, the natural justice reference that you allude to. But I'll leave that to one side for the moment. I want to get into a prolonged discussion over it. But thanks. I'll leave it.
He's what Ray was probably going to say, which natural justice issue came first.
Yes, good.
And that kind of is what's underpinning this. But what I'm hearing from you, Paul, I think, when we get to the bottom of this, is that you're okay with the definition of papakainga as proposed.
Yes.
Even though those three qualifiers were taken out, I recommend it go out, and that links into what Sandra's proposed in the next method. About that was the conversation you referred to, that it'll be led by Whakahu, how that might translate into the district plan.
I sadly missed a little bit of Sandra's evidence, but it's talking about cross-referencing of relevant objectives and policy elsewhere in the RPS, and George, he's onto it, and I would support that.
That is the wider context, but I think the process that she envisaged would happen is it would become, this is an enabling thing, so you have to consider it, and you guys would get together and work out how this may translate into your district plan in whatever way that form may be. But the issue I hear you have with this is comes back to the definition, and it's probably I think Kaitahu wants another point in that definition, which is all land owned by Trump or the Rūnaka. That's where the concern is, that could happen tomorrow and it suddenly changes. So that's the concern I hear from you.
That's right.
Rather than everything else, you seem to have got to the point of that.
I'm the city is comfortable with Kaitahu expressing their views, their aspirations about what they want to do, and engaging with council from the get-go to do a plan change to try and achieve those aspirations. Mention of villages will obviously have implications for council in terms of infrastructure and other matters, and we would clearly want to go down that path sooner rather than later. But if we take you just read it as a bold statement with no linkages to anywhere else in terms of control of effects, then it looks very enabling. And if you put in place a definition of Maori land and you decide that pāpaika through with this expanded definition could be achieved on Maori land anywhere as soon as it becomes Maori land, I think that would be a difficulty for the city in terms of the way we administer our district plan and the expectations of people and communities in terms of being engaged in plan change processes and realising what can go on in and around their properties.
Doesn't that come back to the conversation you have with Kaitahu if you get into that situation? For example, if we adopted Kaitahu's definition of Maori land, you could have a conversation with the city and say, okay, these are your ancestral reserves that we've mapped. Happy to entertain a rural settlement zone or whatever over that. But when new land, other land suddenly becomes Maori land under that definition, different process. So that could happen.
That could happen.
That's all I think senior recovery saying.
And look, I accept that, but I'm not sure you can rule the RPS and understand that from the get-go. And maybe if there were some words put in around that this would be the genesis for a plan change discussion with the district council, and that it would involve using the definition of Maori land within a particular context as to the extent of the land which could be put to that use. That would work for us.
And you would have heard all the discussions around primacy. And
I do.
yeah, so that, and because I've seen this with Silverland and
So I heard you talk about that as well.
yeah, but I'm being on the same thing, but and it is a real issue because there's a step before in relation to that and you will have to go through that through a plan change. Other people get involved. So if you don't actually elevate that land somehow, how you actually achieve the goals of Kaitahu on the ancestral land.
So we haven't submitted on that as such.
No, but as a planner.
As a planner,
Yeah.
as a planner, I think the competing values will have to be considered at the time of a plan change, and I think it's helpful for a clear expression of interest as to what the aspirations of Otahu in the RPS in terms of giving them direct avenue into plan changes with the city and not leaving them in a later process or for a general consideration of the plan. I think that's helpful. I'm not sure about giving primacy over other section 6 matters. I think that would play out through that conversation in an assessment of what activities Kaikahi want to do on marine land in a particular context. So I'm not sure. I think just getting it into the RPS will give it some sort of primacy and some sort of recognition without saying this C trump other section 6 levels. It's like this little independent.
Well, they are all the things that would come out through a plan change process.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's I don't think the deal breakers what we're getting comments on. It's just some clarity. What is the district plan role? What is the RPS? We have to give effect to the RPS. If it's unclear, it would create problems for us down the line. We just want to avoid any of those sort of issues.
Thank you.
I just want to be clear in my mind that this issue, the way you've expressed it, in terms of a natural justice sense, I didn't, from memory, pick that up when I read your evidence. Is that something that's occurred to you since and reconsidering the Māori land definition?
So it wasn't specifically in my original evidence, but as you'll appreciate, the
sorry, can I just interrupt you and say this, that I'm not being critical of you.
No.
Because I think it's a valuable issue that needs to be addressed. I'm really looking at it from the point of view that I'm aware Mr. Cameron's still sitting here, and I think in a fairness sense, I didn't pick it up when I read your evidence. You've just confirmed that now. I think Mr. Cameron, I just want to offer him the opportunity to make a legal submission formally back, addressing the issues raised in paragraphs 5.5 and 5.6 of Mr. Freeland's evidence, because I think he's raised points that need addressing, but you need the opportunity for response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and could I suggest is there a time frame within which that response?
Well, I think if you come back to us in the next 10 days, I think it's a question. Because it's a major issue. It's a significant one. It's reasonable for you to have a reasonable period to consider that. As I say, Mr. Freeland, I'm not being critical of you at all. It's a valid issue for you to raise, but I just wanted to be sure that as a process, we're here to unite over the response.
So in paragraph 14 of my evidence in chief, is where I touched upon that any consideration for this type of extension in the definition could be supported with backing and supporting evidence as to the ancestral connection. Any extension of land affected by this policy is clear enough for submitters to fairly participate in the RPS and any district plan process to understand the implications of any proposed changes to give effect to this concept.
Yeah,
So I think I touched upon it there in terms of
without
using the term natural justice.
Indeed. I think probably that was the job to me, because as I listened to you today, the different emphasis, I must admit my notes took from that paragraph that you were zoning, which essentially I read you as saying again today that you need for certainty, people need to know what's going to happen on adjoining lands.
Absolutely.
But where I didn't take my thought process when I read your paragraph 14 was to that next step of they should be involved or have the opportunity for involvement in a plan change process.
But that's what I intended.
Yeah. No, I have no further questions. I just wanted to make sure I had a clear picture of where you were coming from and make sure Mr. Cameron had the opportunity to respond. Thank you.
And thank you very much for hearing from us. That's all from us.
Thank you, Chair. We'll take the afternoon tea break and
Oh, so long as you transfer.
You know that.
Right, well, it may be 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I understand that Scott may be appearing remotely.
Oh, I see.
But he's,
And
speaking
what
to
time
us.
is? So before the very start.
Yes. Yes.
They can't really hear it.
No, we thought.
They just ignore us.
That's why we're putting up the side, so it's not lost by name.
Yeah.
Well, we got one fan.
Always enjoying this Scott submission, so.
Don't let me drive you away.
I'm just shepherding the rest of my, well.
Yeah. Okay. Legal submission. Quite heavy. We on the way to petrol station. Now, I'm not sure whether or not you are hearing us at present time.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you. We're in your hands, Scott.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Sarah Scott and I'm legal counsel for Transpower New Zealand Limited. I'm appearing this afternoon with Miss McLeod, who has provided planning evidence on this week's topics, but also on Transpower's submissions on the wider proposed RPS. First of all, thank you for accommodating us at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It seems the hectic end to last year has flowed into this year, and I've done my best to be in 2 places today, so thank you for that. We appreciate it. I've filed a copy of legal submissions with the administrator this morning. Do you have a copy of those?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to those now. The intention and the purpose of these legal submissions is really to introduce Transpower's case and how why it's involved in this process and how it intends to present its case across the various hearings. The primary case will be presented at the Energy, Infrastructure and Transport hearing. And at that hearing, we will appear in person and legal counsel will also attend. And the intention there is to also call Mr. Roy Noble, who has provided technical engineering evidence on behalf of Transpower, and I'll explain that briefly in more detail in a moment. So what these submissions do, outline why Transpower's involved in the proposed Otago RPS hearings, sets out briefly the statutory framework as it is relevant to Transpower's activities. As I mentioned, outline our intended approach to involvement in the hearings, and I welcome any feedback if that doesn't work for the panel. And in relation to this first hearing subtopic, we raise a jurisdictional issue in relation to the new defined term of Maori land. So just turning to section 2, the key point here is that the national grid is nationally significant infrastructure, and Transpower's primarily concerned with how the policy statement recognises and provides for the national grid in a way that gives effect to the national policy statement on electricity transmission. Transpower is, of course, a state-owned enterprise, and its role includes planning, building, maintaining, owning and operating New Zealand's high voltage electricity transmission network. And you will, of course, hear from other parties who are involved in the wider industry, such as the distributors, but Transpower's focus is on the transmission aspect, and it is referred to as the national grid in our evidence and these legal submissions. I note there that there over recent years there's been a bit of a fundamental change in terms of the need to ensure that the national grid can connect new renewable energy generation, and this is a change that is happening relatively quickly, and Transpower expects demand for electricity to increase over time as New Zealand transitions to a zero carbon economy. And Mr. Noble's evidence speaks to this. He has been with Transpower for a long period of time and has a lot of experience around the requests that Transpower is receiving and conversations it's having about the future in terms of how the national grid will need to respond and keep pace with what are externally driven changes. At 2.4, I just want to emphasise that our interest relates to how the policy statement will impact on the existing grid assets within the Otago region. So that's primarily about managing the adverse effects of other activities on the network. And its interests also extend to potential new assets. So that's about managing the adverse environmental effects of the network. And I think the majority of our relief can generally be allocated into one of those two buckets. In section 3, what I do here is essentially introduce the national policy statement on electricity transmission and also the National Environmental Standards for Electricity Transmission 2009. The national policy statement is the most important, and if you aren't familiar with it, I encourage you to read it. Ms. McLeod's evidence addresses this in detail, so I don't go through this in too much detail except to set out the single objective in the NPS, and that the outcome there is to recognise the national significance of the national grid by facilitating the operation, maintenance and upgrade of the existing grid and the establishment of new resources to meet the needs of present and future generations. And then the latter end of that objective is the two different types of effects that I've just mentioned. There are 14 policies in the, there are 14 policies that the proposed RPS must give effect to, and there are 5. The 5th one isn't relevant to the regional policy statement, but that they do sit under these headings, and Ms. McLeod's evidence does refer to these where necessary. In terms of the regulations, what these do is they set out a national framework for activities relating to existing national grid transmission lines. Of note there, these only apply to existing transmission lines or the grid that were in existence in 14th of January 2010. So they aren't I guess, full solution in terms of consenting requirements. The reason why we have set this out as relevant is that the policy
that is included in the regional policy statement is relevant to decision-making on resource consents that are required under the regulations, and also for consenting. And that's probably it, I think, for now in terms of their particular relevance. So we have filed 3 statements of evidence. As mentioned, Mr. Roy Noble has filed technical engineering evidence. He is currently the head of engineering integration at Transpower, and he has over 38 years experience in the design, construction and maintenance of high voltage transmission lines. He's held a number of positions over that time, which are outlined in his evidence. For efficiency reasons, we've suggested that his evidence is best heard in the infrastructure hearing. But I just do note that it is relevant to all of Transpower's submissions on the proposed RPS. Ms. McLeod has provided evidence in chief and rebuttal evidence. The rebuttal evidence its interests are limited to the infrastructure hearing. So I think you can put that to one side until then. So in terms of Transpower's appearance at various hearings, our intention is that legal counsel will only appear briefly today, and then at the infrastructure hearing, I am due to go onto maternity leave in 2 weeks. So you won't be seeing me at that hearing, but Mr. Matthew Conway will appear for Transpower, along with Ms. McLeod and Mr. Noble. I have set out in the table on page 5 my understanding of the way our evidence will be allocated into the subtopics. I was thinking about the efficiency of Ms. McLeod appearing for more times through the rest of this 2-week hearing, and Transpower's interests and her evidence are really quite limited across them. I thought I would suggest as a potential option that she could appear once and answer all questions on those subtopics, if that would assist the panel. Sorry, I can't see you very closely to see if you're responding to that or not, but I think it would make sense if that was the option taken, that she appeared right at the end of the hearing in the IM topic, so that she had an opportunity to hear any comments from the Section 42A officers for each of those subtopics. But I welcome your views on that suggestion, just to try and make the hearing as efficient as possible for you.
So just so that I have that clear, you're suggesting that really the last 4 items on that table, that they be consolidated into one appearance by Ms. McLeod at the IM hearings. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Look, that's fine. All right.
Thank you. I'll liaise with the hearing administrator about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So turning now to section 5, I understand that the Dunedin City Council may have raised some natural justice issues earlier this afternoon. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to hear their case, so apologies if I do repeat anything that they have already said to you, or if I don't respond to any questions that you've already had. But clearly yesterday, the definition of Maori land was a focus of questions, and we have, Transpower has a submission on policy 4, and through the recommendation for the new definition of Maori land, that has become of interest to Transpower as well. And Ms. McLeod will speak to this before she answers any questions from you. At paragraph 5.4, to be clear on what Transpower's interest here is, that it wants to ensure that where the grid is located over or directly adjacent to land that falls within the the definition of Māori land, that the maintenance and the ongoing operation, development and upgrade of the existing national grid can continue to be facilitated. And that is something that policies 10 and 11 of the National Policy Statement direct. And that is the reason that Policy 4 is of particular interest to Transpower. There's also a direct relationship here with Transpower's relief allocated to the infrastructure hearing. And that is to do with the, I guess, relationship between Policy 4 and Transpower's the relief that's been sought, which deals with effects of new infrastructure. So whilst we're not intending to kick to touch our interests, there is a direct crossover with that hearing. So in terms of the jurisdiction for the new definition, I've looked carefully at the submissions and I haven't been able to identify any submission that asks for a new definition of Māori land. However, of course, the Cane Whānau submission asks for the list of Māori land reserves to be expanded to capture land subject to ancillary claims. There are also submissions on P4, which are relevant. Perhaps the Te Runanga o Ngāi Tahu submission asking for Policy 4 to be expanded to include ancestral land is the most relevant. So we accept that these two submissions do create jurisdiction for the policy to be expanded to include the substantive changes introduced through proposed subclause 6. And it is also accepted that the Cane Whānau submission creates jurisdiction for existing references across the policy statement to Māori land reserves to include land subject to ancillary claims. The submission is that care needs to be taken if that expanded definition is applied to any new use of the term Māori land in the policy statement. And one example of that is if that term is used in the infrastructure provisions in order to give effect to the National Policy Statement for Electricity Transmission. In terms of the proposed subclause 7 in the new definition, I've not been able to identify any submissions that provide scope to go that far. I listened to Kaitahu's opening yesterday, and I understand that Council did acknowledge that the intention of the changes being proposed in that drafting of subclause 7 might not be what is drafted in there, and that some refinement is required. At the moment, our concern is that there is quite a lot of uncertainty around the extent of those proposed limbs. And just to finish up from paragraph 5.10, alongside potential jurisdictional constraints, we're concerned that an evaluation hasn't been completed as to the scale and significance of the change in terms of the new subclauses going into that definition. I acknowledge that Mr. Adams in his supplementary evidence does acknowledge this. He says that the extent of Māori land under the new definition is not clear. And Transpower's concern that this evaluation really does underestimate the extent of land that may now be affected. And at the moment, there's a lot of uncertainty as to the consequences of the changed definition. That paragraph of Mr. Adams' supplementary evidence refers to pre-hearing discussions. Of course, they're confidential, but I can say that no information justifying the extent of that definition has been provided to Transpower. So that is my submissions. I'm happy to take any questions before I hand over to Ms. McLeod.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron Crosby, the chair, speaking to you at the present time. And I just wanted to say to you that when that issue was raised by Mr. Freeland for Dunedin City Council in evidence this afternoon, that natural justice point that you've raised, we gave the opportunity to Mr. Chambers for Naitahu to respond within a period of 10 days to us, addressing those particular paragraphs, which I think from memory were 5.5, 5.6 of Mr. Freeland's supplementary evidence that was given to us today. My proposal is that that opportunity is expanded to enable Mr. Chambers to respond to the submissions that you've made in paragraphs 5.6 to 5.12 within that same time period. So it will enable you, if there's opportunity to at least know what the response is at one of those later hearings that you specified. So, but before I move on to see if there are any other questions or any other points that the other members of the panel wish to raise with you, I just want to raise with you paragraph 5.6, little b. You've identified the Runanga or Naitahu submission asking for MWP4 to be expanded to include ancestral land. And then at paragraph 5.9, first sentence, you've said that you haven't been able to identify any submission that provides scope to add the new subclause 7 into the definition. Have you taken into account the fact that that phrase ancestral land in relation to Naitahu in fact relates to the whole of their takiwa?
Yes, we have, and I heard a similar question from you, I think, yesterday. That the concern there really is that the drafting of subclause 7 goes, well, appreciating what you say about, the whole of the region. Subclause 7 goes further than any relationship with the land. And so arguably goes further than section 6E of the RMA, which is of course focused on the relationship that one has with the land in question.
Yeah, what I was really raising with you was not in terms of the merits of the argument. That's something that we will have to hear both sides on and reach our own conclusion. But in terms of the jurisdictional challenge that you make, is it reasonable to say that the Naitahu submission doesn't open the door to a request to include Māori land, which falls within the definition of ancestral land?
I think it opens the door in terms of policy 4, because that is the focus of that particular submission point. I don't think it opens the door in terms of the entire policy statement and any references to Māori land, noting that there are a bunch of other, I'm not sure if it's just objectives and policies that have now that term in them. So I think there's a careful distinction to be made.
Yeah, so by that, I just want to be clear about that, and so that Mr. Cameron's clear in his response. By that, are you meaning that the combination of the definition of Māori land with the amended definition of Papakayaka leads to a result that you say could not reasonably, or that the door is not open for in terms of the submissions that have been passed?
That is correct, with the exclusion of policy 4 and the enabling nature of that. I think it's fair that issue has been raised in relation to that policy and the enabling approach that's been sought. But I don't think that goes further than that. I don't think that particular submission point goes further than that.
Thank you. That really is the only question that I had. Any other members of that? Thank you, Ms. Scott, and all the best for your forthcoming event.
Thank you. I've just managed to sneak this hearing in Can I just ask, have other council been swearing their experts in, or should I just hand over?
Yes, thank you.
They have, okay. Thank you. So I'll just a second. I will ask Ms. McLeod to confirm her rebuttal evidence at the same time, so that's completed for the rest of the hearings. Ms. McLeod, if you can confirm your full name is Ainsley Jean McLeod.
I can.
You've prepared 2 statements of evidence on the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement. The first in chief dated 24th of November 2022. The second in rebuttal dated 9th of December 2022.
Yes.
And while those statements refer to the 2022 expert code of conduct, can you confirm that you have read the new 2023 code of conduct and that you would agree to comply with it?
I have, and I do.
Thank you. If you could confirm your evidence is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief, actually first, if you could give a brief summary of your evidence and then answer any questions from the commissioners.
Thank you. Yes, I can. Kia ora koutou. My evidence on this subtopic is very limited and generally highlights my concern that policy MWP4 and the associated now proposed definition of Maori land are not sufficiently certain. The uncertainty in respect of policy MWP4 relates to whether this policy directs an outcome that does not give effect to the National Policy Statement on Electricity Transmission, and in particular the policies in that National Policy Statement that protect the national grid, and these are policies 10 and 11. I set them out in full in my evidence, and I think the whole National Policy Statement is attached to my evidence. In terms of the definition of Maori land, I'm of the view that the extent of land that this definition might cover is unclear, and without having a clear understanding of this, it is difficult to understand its appropriateness, and particularly when you consider it in relation to Section 32. I've heard some but not all of the evidence over the last 2 days, and to me it remains uncertain, for instance, if forests, airports or commercial properties that are part of treaty settlement are included as Maori land. And it is similarly unclear whether all Maori land is Section 6 matter. In fact, it's not possible for Transpower to understand whether, and if so, where, the national grid currently traverses Maori land as defined by this proposed definition. And without knowing that, it's really difficult to understand the potential implications of policy P4 for Transpower and how it might relate to giving effect to the National Policy Statement. I acknowledge that there has been some suggestion that the appropriate use of Maori land can be resolved or worked out by conversations at a district plan level. I don't entirely support this approach and note that these RPS provisions also come into play when assessing resource consents and designations, including where resource consents are required by an NES, and this could be the situation for a resource consent under the NES for electricity transmission activities where consent's required by those regulations, and there's necessarily an assessment against relevant provisions, including the provisions of the Regional Policy Statement, that doesn't really allow for the district plan to resolve or reconcile how the national grid and Maori land may work together. So my point is, it's just not in district plan making that policy P4 and the definition of Maori land are important. That said, I understand that planning witnesses generally agree that the energy, infrastructure and transport chapter may be the place to give effect to the NPSET, and it is in this chapter that the management of Maori land and its relationship to the national grid can be reconciled, and it can be reconciled in a way that provides the clarity that I've suggested in my evidence is lacking, and just to give that really certain direction about how in the context of Otago, the direction given in the National Policy Statement along with policy P4 may be reconciled. In my evidence, I suggest an amendment to a policy in the Energy Infrastructure and Transport Chapter, policy IENF P15, that would achieve this by making explicit reference to Māori land and its relationship to the national grid. Ngā mihi, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll just ask panel members first.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Cloud. Lovely to see you again. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Good to see you.
And I think you've kind of answered my question in a way, but because have you been watching the discussion here around how that provision may play out in district plans online?
Yes, I haven't seen all evidence, but I have seen some discussion around having conversations at a district level to understand on a case-by-case basis how mana whenua might elect to manage their own land.
Yeah, and as I understand it, they do that having regard obviously to the integrated management approach of the RPS. So does this particular PW4 actually have to enable, well, not enable, give effect to the RPS itself? I mean, you've actually already promoted a change in the infrastructure section that could possibly deal with that, although I do note Ms. McIntyre's raised concerns with that.
I'm not aware of those concerns, but what my evidence is that there's Māori land that somewhere, and we're not quite sure where that is, but where the national grid may traverse that land, there are policy 10 and policy 11 of the National Policy Statement for Electricity Transmission come into play, and they have very strong directive policies, particularly around sensitive activities. And I know there's been a lot of conversation around the definition of papakainga, and at least elements of that definition would fall within the definition of sensitive activities in the National Policy Statement for Electricity Transmission, and there is a clear direction for avoidance there. So what I'm saying is, from a national grid perspective, there's a need to reconcile the enablement with the direction in the National Policy Statement that has a specific avoidance for a matter of national importance.
Yeah, it seems to be enabling that conversation, because I think that rather than the actual provisions that may fall out, because the issue that Paul Freeland raised around natural justice was actually, you know, we're going to have to go through a plan change process here. So that's where all those sorts of issues would be dealt with, wouldn't they?
Well, not necessarily. If Transpower were to upgrade a transmission line relying on the National Environmental Standards for Electricity Transmission activities, the district plan becomes irrelevant. So the district plan cannot provide the direction suggested. Instead, any resource consent considered under the NES would defer to what the policy direction is in the RPS to some extent, alongside all of the other policies. And for that reason, I think it's really important that the opportunity is not lost to be really clear about how these competing interests, if you like, should be reconciled.
No, district plans have to provide a buffer zone around the national grid. Taking the Dunedin plan, for example, is there not a buffer zone around that particular infrastructure?
Yes, there is.
So that would automatically exclude this land, that papakainga within that, wouldn't it?
No, it would trigger the need for a resource consent.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
You made a you made a comment in your oral summary there that it was and I may not have noted your wording correctly, so bear with me, but it was to the effect that you weren't certain, or there was no way that one could be certain which Māori land triggered the Section 6E protective provision. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, I think it's important to understand what matters as Section 6 matters and what matters aren't in the context of any policy or plan making. And I'm not clear. I've listened hard over the last 2 days, but I'm not certain that I've heard a clear message about whether all land that falls within the definition of Māori land as currently proposed would be Section 6, would be a Section 6 matter or not. I may not have heard correctly over the last 2 days.
Well, the reason why I raise it with you is that the wording of Section 6E, as you'll be very familiar with, and bear with me reading it again to you, but it's requiring recognition and provision for, and then E, the relationship of Māori and their culture and traditions with their, and again it's the phrase, ancestral lands, waters, tapu and other taonga. Now, ancestral lands in that sense is going to include, isn't it, virtually anything that falls within the rohia takiwa of any particular iwi or hapu.
It could. I wouldn't purport to be an expert on what constitutes ancestral land.
Well, I think most Māori would say, depending on which hapu or iwi they would belong to, that they had customary rights in respect of all of the land within their particular takiwa or their particular rohi. So
I accept that.
Doesn't Section 6E in that case become available to Māori to advance in respect of any area of land within their particular, in this case, takiwa?
I accept your logic, yes.
So, no, that's all right. I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, and thank you for your evidence, which is we're obviously coming back to, and it's obviously much more complex and covers a lot more areas than we're getting to deal with today. But thank you for the thoughts that you've given to us. Thank you. And Ms. Scott, I think that really concludes your input for today, does it?
It does. Thank you for your time, and just once again, thank you for accommodating us at 4 o'clock today.
Yeah, it's helpful to us that you've been concise, and thank you for the way that you summarised your submission rather than laboriously reading it to us. And because we have another set of cultural witnesses who wanted to give evidence today to us, and we've now got time to do that. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next party or submitter is to be the Kane party.
They will appear remotely.
Oh, right. Thank you. Can you hear us? Yes. Ms. Kane, can you hear us?
I can.
Thank you. We're in your hands. You're speaking to Ron Crossley, the chair of the hearing panel at the present time, but all the panel members are seeing a very tiny picture of you at the present time.
Let me see what I can do.
Thank you. That's good. That's excellent. Good.
Tēnā koutou I rangatirama, he nui kia koutou, he ngā ahi kāroa, ngā matawaka, i ngā hauiwha. Tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora i te whānau, tēnā tātou katoa. So my name is Elsa Kane and I sit here today on behalf of my father, Melvin, my sister and the Kane whānau, and as a beneficiary of Maranuku A. I also would like to take a moment to acknowledge my Kiho whānau, notably my tupuna, Alfred and Alan Kiho, Naina Kiho Russell and Kohowai Kane, who have carried this burden for many a generation before the settlement of the ancillary claim in 1998. Just before I go on, just double checking this is all coming in clear.
Indeed you are.
Ka pai. Okay, so the Kane whānau has raised 5 areas for amendment in the Otago Regional Policy Statement, specifically relating to Maranuku. Several matters have already been discussed and I really look forward to continuing that kōrero. I do not have a summary to read out, but there are 4 overarching points I would like to highlight at the start of my time with you. These being, this is not a theoretical exercise. My whānau want and expect a physical reconnection and presence within the land and seascapes of Maranuku. Secondly, Māori reserves are not relics to be held in glass boxes. They are to be used. 3, the Otago Regional Policy Statement and the principles it upholds needs to acknowledge that the deliberate exclusion of whānau from regulatory processes and management decisions has meant that we are pushing against the status quo and benefits carved out by others. The RPS needs to be proactive around these matters and those issues relating to treaty breaches and legacy. The fourth, in my opinion, layers of planning bureaucracy have the same impact and cumulative effects on Maranuku as compulsory government acquisition does. Coastal marine, biodiversity, outstanding natural, hazard zones, te mea. There might be a consenting pathway, but it's an expensive dead end, arguably with little chance of a consent, let alone one that will entertain any viable options for landowners. And I note the role of other parties and experts in that pathway. Generally, within my evidence, I've noted the role of experts in issues around requiring mapping. 2 points I'm just going to quickly touch on here is, first one being the interpretation by other experts in the absence of skills I mentioned in paragraphs 36 and 39 of my evidence has resulted and continues to result in a bias of how policy and rules have been applied in Otago. For example, the prioritisation of natural landscape over ahika, mahinga kai, manakitanga, utu, etc. The second point with my concerns around mapping. I've always been very concerned about what is being mapped, why, and more importantly, for whom. This relates to a conversation around MWP4. My key concerns with mapping relate to data inequality. I've undertaken cultural heritage work for iwi and government departments, and there is a consistent issue of data inequality, especially around mapping. Even Māori sites of significance mapped do not hold all the information of use for management by tangata whenua of their lands. And I just really want to note this data inequity issue and the uncertainty it can have. And I look to the example of the fact that it's been 50 years since Boffa Miskell has been in existence. And I think back to the data sets that Don and Frank must have had back in the day. And all the time over the 50 years that have been used to build up great tracts of data around landscape. How iwi see landscape and how they understand it has not had that level of investment nor recognition. There needs to be consideration of how that data inequity is considered within a planning document. Provision is necessary to build usable data sets and to assess cultural heritage through mana whenua-led and designed methodologies not based on Eurocentric or Western-derived approaches. In due course, when these data sets are built up, this may include mapping, but we're not quite there yet in all regards. I'm going to switch now out of my evidence and respond to the questions posed by Mr. Adams in paragraphs 24 and 69 of the section 42A report. I'm going to use an example to respond to paragraphs in 1, and I'm going to talk about the possibility of the establishment of a campground at Maranuku to try and tease out these ideas of papakainga definition and what commercial could look like. So say my whānau engage a developer to build the campground. They also look to employ somebody to lease the campground and manage it. This is not necessarily being done by our whānau. To clarify, we have engaged an external provider to enable us to do this. With regards to the sale of resources, this could be things from the timber cleared from the land when we look to establish a campground, it being sold, through to a range of options and activities such as ecotourism. And my mind goes to the idea of with ecotourism, campground, people come, they might pay for a tourism offering that enables them to create hinaki with resources on site and actually practice mahinga kai, how it's expected at place in situ. So that's in response to Mr. Adams' comments. And I also note the inclusion of reference to ancillary claims enables recognition of its unique characteristics, i.e. the fact that we have got treaty breaches and legacy issues, and there may be policy directions specifically required for these lands. By naming them, we can attach the policy direction. I have one more point to raise before I hand myself over to you, and it's in response to an earlier submitter. And it's how many generations should Māori land be aspirational? Why is its use only aspirational? This is complete rhetoric and ongoing nonsense we've heard for far too long. Submitters have also touched on the matters of control over what Māori can do on Māori land. Hence, the Cane whānau is seeking strong policy direction in the Otago RPS, so we do not have to have these conversations every single time. So kia ora tātou, thanks very much for letting me introduce my evidence, and I look forward to your questions. Kia ora.
Thank you. And I'll pass you over to other panel members in a moment, but could you just provide me with the paragraph numbers of the section 42A report that you're responding to again?
Sorry, and I hope I haven't had a dyslexic moment here, but I'm pretty certain they're paragraphs 24 and 69. And in them, Mr. Adams had a couple of questions to pose just to tease out a few things.
Thank you.
24 and what?
24 and 69.
What chapter? Sorry.
Chapter 4.
Chapter 4.
No.
I can give you the page numbers.
No.
Oh, great.
Page 8 is paragraph 24, and paragraph, and I see the point you make that he invited you to respond. Paragraph 69.
Oh, sorry, it was 26. Sorry, it was a dyslexic moment.
26. Right. Thank you. And I'll ask Mr. Kirikuri if he has any questions.
Is Maranuku a name of the place, or is it the town? Or is it the name of your campground?
So Maranuku is a broader land area. And yeah, it's not necessarily off the campground. So Maranuku is part of the ancillary claims. And as you know, when reserve blocks come, there can be multiple, but Maranuku A is generally what we use to refer. And the map of Maranuku A is attached to my evidence in Appendix A.
I saw that, but I still wasn't sure whether the block was your family block, which is a name given to it by your family, or was part of a bigger area called Maranuku. That's really what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, you're quite right. More a locality rather than just a reserve.
Yeah, okay. And how long has it been in your family's?
Such an interesting question, that one. Under colonial law, technically it came over in the 1860s. It came to multiple families, various backstories there, and then it was acquired by the Crown in 1906 to become a scenic reserve, because the local farm land around had been cleared of trees, and as was the last stand.
So when you refer to Ahika, right? The Ahika is on the block that you call Maranuku, or is it the whole rohe, or that part of the Takiwa? You know, there's a wider area in which the block is in.
In typical Ngāi Tahu fashion, my ahika is broad and expansive and goes from the Waitaki down to the south. This is the place in which I am from. Ahika, in this instance, when we're talking about Maranuku within the Otago Regional Policy Statement, I am talking about it in two ways. The broader context of the Ngāi Tahu Takiwa, and also for a land block to be managed.
I don't know whether you heard me yesterday or heard me earlier on today, that I have a particular focus on kai, which is really at the heart, I think, of a lot of this corridor that we have. I mean, a lot of the corridor here for the Ngāi Tahu submitters and expert witnesses is around mahinga kai. Because if you don't have that, where is your culture? Where is your tradition? Is that it come down? Is that one of the issues around Maranuku that is sort of high on the list for you?
Definitely. So the broader area, and it's hard to, this is where the issues of scale come, right? Because when you're talking about mahinga kai, it's not just on a designated land block, which is X by X, it's highly expensive. So mahinga kai in this instance, you know, goes from here all the way north, you know, Karatane, all the way down with the rich to Ruapuki. Mahinga kai is a broad, expansive application. And as time has come on, we've been restricted and restricted and restricted and restricted and restricted to the point that I sit here today talking about a land block. It is not that consideration when you're talking with whānau. It's the fact that Maranuku is beside what's called the Nuggets, a very famous fishing area and a very preferred fishing area for my whānau for many, 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 many generations. It is not by accident we fought to get Maranuku. Mahinga kai is huge. It's about resources in situ, and it's also about how everything interconnects. It is a huge part of how my whānau still lives their lives. And, you know, I was listening to Edward, you know, today when he was laughing about some whānau still create their lives around the practice of mahinga kai. He was talking about my whānau, you know, and others. you know, we have a life, and my father and his brother and his sisters have all created their lives around the practice of mahinga kai. It's huge.
You know, I'm of the view that there are many other maranukus,
Oh, yes.
but there's 100 others, so I don't know how many, but there'll be many more maranukus. I mean, you're a snapshot in a bigger takiwa. Would I be right in that? And this is a wider question as well to everybody else. I mean, it's just, because you made the point yourself, you're surprised that you're standing there talking about a block, but that block is a life, is the whānau's identity. It's their tradition. And I'm thinking that there'll be a whole lot of other maranukus around.
There will be. There are. I mean, it's an interesting proposition even for our own whānau to be talking about a land block and to have picked Maranuku in itself. And, you know, it's conversation around the fact that we're talking about a land block now, years after settlement, years after reserves were allocated. We're still trying to do the tidy up of what we have left. I hope for the future and my children's future and my moko and all those that they are sitting here talking about the expanse of the Ngaitahu estate, that they're talking about more areas brought in to Maranuku-esque situations.
Yeah. I mean, the corridor ought to be about what you achieve, what you've done, rather than always looking backwards. This is kind of what these conversations of inevitably end up being. I mean, what we've lost and what people is, you know, the degradation and all that sort of stuff leading up to today. I want my mokos to be standing up and say, here's what we've done, you know.
I agree, Commissioner. I really feel that this is about cementing what we have, so we do not have to have ongoing nonsense conversations every 10 years. We're cementing a place, we're putting a po in the ground, we're stepping forward. We need to grow as an iwi as we look to go post-settlement.
I hear the tangi, but I also hear the determination. There are two things that go hand in hand. You can tangi about what's happened, but by God, that's past now. Here we go. So kia ora, thank you very much.
Alan Cubitt.
Hi, Alicia. Elsa, sorry, Alicia. I don't know where I got that from. Good to see you again.
You too.
Just, and I'm not sure how much you've listened online to our discussions around this. Rose just talked about, we discussed around what you've lost, and you have proposed changes to move that in the right direction. And critically, I think for you, it's around the primacy of those enabling provisions. Have you would have seen Ms. McIntyre's evidence and understood how she promotes that will work to actually achieve that? Do you think it goes far enough, or because you may have also heard today the DCC talking about what process they would have to go through to actually enable some of that stuff, which would be a plan change, and then we get all the, you know, the same old happening.
Yeah, I look, and I speak to you not as a planner, but someone who has a good understanding of policy. So, you know, please acknowledge the fact that I do not necessarily understand the planning mechanisms discussed or the terminology.
I do know someone knows that stuff quite well.
Yeah. Yes, so I may have to come back and answer some of your questions later. But I think there's a great degree of theory, and this theory that everything's equitable and everybody's had a fair shot at this. And as we move into the next generations of planning, it's basically a management of existing use and to provide some direction on future use. I disagree with that with regards to the notions of maranuku. We're looking to reconnect. There has been no provision for us to use. In fact, there's been a very deliberate act to exclude us from those discussions. So I think this is a time where theory needs to be put aside for practical tools to move us through this awkward stage post-settlement. There are some things I hope we do not have in planning documents in the future, but to theorise they don't exist at the moment or aren't necessary, I disagree with. They are necessary, and as you heard from the discussions we've just had, you know, woe a plan change, you know. I have to be a bit blunt here and say, so what? We have seen whānau off their own bat for multiple generations try and recover what was theirs to within an instant it removed. There needs to be more strength than you can participate in a planning exercise and have to fight for your position with others. I think stronger policy direction is required.
Yeah. Your definition, well, not definition, I think it's in what you promoted in MWP4, and then your point 1 was recognising providing for the primacy of a reconnection, etc. That's been a very strong point that's come out through the cultural witnesses around that, about how that is difficult. But you haven't promoted retaining that in that particular provision. Are you comfortable that it's covered elsewhere?
There has been a degree of nervousness around its inclusion. That is, nervousness is not necessarily the opinion of the Cane whānau. I think where the strongest mechanism and the clearest direction can be, the better. I also note we have looked to and keep it in MW5. I would like to see it right up the front, and I say that from someone who, you know, generations later is still trying to tidy up matters that should have been sorted in 1865, should have been sorted in 1995, should have been sorted in 1998, and I sit here 2023 trying to get enough strength to enable whānau use of maranuku. So from a planning perspective, I can't, I sit here and would probably need to take advice to be able to answer that from a planning point of view. But on behalf of my whānau, we need the strongest direction possible. I cannot keep having this conversation.
Yeah, I hear you, because this conversation, and I'm quite old, it was happening 32, 33, 35 years ago when I first started in this game. I shouldn't have said that out loud. But yeah, it's still going on. So I fully understand. But yeah, just highlighting how we're trying to work out how that may be given effect to when you have other competing interests that don't quite seem to understand that connection. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. But one thing I was going to ask was with your map of Maranuku, I did check that on the Clutha District planning maps, and it appeared to me as though there's still actually a bit of a reserve over that, which shouldn't be. Yeah.
It's fair to say this is one of many processes we've still got to go through to try and get what was put in 1911 slapped on our land without consent sorted, including the fact that it was taken for a scenic reserve.
Yeah.
And, you know, just, you know, whānau thought they had it, they were not to be alienated from this land, you know, and it happened. And it's just this ongoing circular narrative And everyone, each generation seems to be surprised that this happens to Māori land. And yet there's historical report all announcing this. There has to be a point where this is no longer an aspirational conversation for Māori to physically be present on lands given to them whilst trying to fight legacy issues and get themselves seen. So it's these legacy issues that are also a big issue. We need a strong tool. Primacy is where we think it is.
Okay, thank you. We might see you again.
Well, just to clarify, we're not scheduled to turn up again, but it doesn't mean we won't.
I thought Mr. Farrell might turn up at some stage.
Oh, you'll get a lot of him.
Thank you.
And Bianca Sullivan? No questions from Bianca. So just a few questions from me to wind up if we can. Can you just give me a clearer picture in terms of the area of Maranuku?
Sorry, in what regard? Do the physical description of the landscape?
Land area.
Yeah, so Maranuku's on the coast at Kaka Point. Many of those.
Meaning hectares or acres.
Oh, sorry. Yep, I have that included in here. And if I don't, I can get that for you. I think it's 127 acres.
Right. And just looking at the topographical map as you've been giving your evidence, I take it that that there's a fair portion of it contained by a catchment called Burnt Scrub Stream running down into the Karoro Creek. Is that right?
Yes.
So the area that you're particularly focused on in terms of being able to utilise would be, I take it, the front country really facing down to the sea.
Yes, you're quite right. I mean, I don't want to curtail what whānau would look to do with the block when they can actually have this conversation, but it's initial conversations and ones which we've had with Clutha District Council have been primarily around that front country.
Right. And do I take it you're facing the NZCPS provisions being thrown up at you in terms of protection of seascapes?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things.
Yeah, I appreciate there's other documents as well, but that one in particular would be, I assume, being raised. Tell me, in terms of the aerial photo that you put before us, and I see from my other version of the topo map, there seems to be quite a large cleared area, though, to the south of Kaka Point at the present time, which looks like it might have a building or two on it. Is that correct or not?
Yeah, so
and are you able to live in those buildings?
Yes, so this is where, insult to injury. The land that you're talking about was actually part of a land gifting to a Māori woman who married a Pākehā settler, sealer whaler actually. And when colonial settler law was established, he sold it as he returned back to the UK to go back to his first wife, and which has meant that that land has been able to be sold, used, cleared.
Right. And just finally, could you tell me in terms of the vesting that occurred as part of the settlement, did that occur, is that vested in the anybody who can whakapapa to those Kiho ancestors or tipu?
So the beneficiaries of that block were established in 1865. So their whānau who have their successions, who, it's a named block. Sorry, there's named beneficiaries on the block.
Oh, right. So
And are those beneficiaries' names changed as time goes by Māori Land Court order, or is it by a deed, in terms of a deed?
Yeah, so it's through successions through the Māori Land Court.
Right. Okay. And so in a general sense, the picture that I get from your evidence is, look, everybody else got to clear their land, got to farm their land. This particular piece was then, in breach of the treaty, taken by the Crown, as so much land was around New Zealand at that time under the Senate reserves. Essentially public works acquisition processes, and having now been revested, you consider it grossly unfair that you can't, in a practical sense, put it to whatever use you wish.
Yeah, and I reflect on the comments that Ms. Bartlett raised about, you know, it's almost as if you're being punished and you're offsetting other activities. And it's that notion that we're the offset of others without them taking responsibility. That's somewhat difficult to work through.
Yeah. And just, it was put to you by Kirikiri that there may be hundreds of others, and just on a quick look at the schedule of native reserves that was attached to the Section 42A report, just as you quickly flick through, there's quite a large percentage of those that front the coastline around Otago at the present time. Is that right?
There is, and I also note that there has been this provision for Māori land when it had less than 4 owners. It went into freehold ownership regardless of what whānau thought, and it could be sold. And for my whānau, Kiho whānau, we had a lot of those blocks. Now, some of those blocks were deliberately sold to support Māori interests, such as the building of the marae and Invercargill. Some of it was sold to assist with settlements. So there have been blocks that were sold out of necessity, and there may be an opportunity in the future to return them back to whānau. That's hypothetical, definitely, but I do acknowledge that my taua naina especially saw her responsibility to hold some land blocks in trees as almost a savings account for future generations. Should we need it, and should we need to do something with it, it was there. I'm just acknowledging there that some reserves were taken and some reserves had to be sold for treaty breach redress.
I know that the main thrust of what you're saying to us is that there should be a primacy arising out of those sort of considerations you've just described. If you look at the whole of those bundle of blocks that are on the coastline, where do you recognise that there needs to be some balance between human use and some level of ecological environmental protection?
I think when you're given a block with the notion that it's yours to manage for future generations, your consideration and the manner in which you consider something is, you know, inherently different. I also, hearing the conversations earlier, note that not all Māori decisions on land use are done through the RMA. And some of this is held within whānau wānanga, whānau discussions, larger hapu discussions, and that. So by the time you're coming to the RMA, this assumption that you've got a rogue person shooting off and doing something is somewhat interesting, given the nature of Māori land ownership. As anyone who's had Māori land would point out, it's very difficult to develop or do anything. So even within the multiple interests of owners, then to go through a very interesting consenting pathway, it's not an easy thing we're talking about on the best of days. I have slightly lost the track of my thoughts here. So, but basically, in the consideration and in my evidence, and I note just, I'll just find the paragraph number. In paragraph 36 of my evidence, I mentioned that I consider primacy with tikanga and what is appropriate at place. Now, I've run that sentence together. There's a reason there's no comma. Tikanga and what is appropriate at place. And I do not expect that this will be a discussion we just decide randomly one day. Those factors that you have come in and you discussed will be part of the long-term thinking one way or another. I cannot give you an answer as to what that would be exactly because we haven't considered the options available. But I do note that there are many, many parts to decision making on Māori land. The RMA is one.
Thank you very much, and I certainly do appreciate the complexities of trying to get decisions in respect of Māori land. My wife's interests involved somewhere. There are over 800 owners, so yeah, I'm very aware of that. Thank you very much, and thank you for the time and thought that you put into this and your willing involvement with this panel. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
I think that concludes today, Mr. McKinney. Nothing else? No?
Those randoms rang up and said, I want to come.